Hi, I'm Lynn Swan, former Pittsburgh Steeler, ABC sports commentator, and chairman of the President's Council on Physical Fitness and Sports. It's my goal to teach kids everywhere the importance of physical activity in their daily routine. You may not know it, but one of the Treehouse detectives has forgotten how to keep in shape. Stay tuned and find out if the Treehouse detectives can work together to get themselves and their friend back on track to compete for the President's Awards for Physical Activity and Fitness. And remember, whether you're catching passes in the Super Bowl or just playing outside with friends, you're not just having fun, you're keeping fit. Find out how in the NASA Sci-Files, the case of the Physical Fitness Challenge.
Be sure to look for the answers to the following questions. Why is physical activity important? How do muscles help us move? Which body system works closely with muscles? When you see this icon, the answer is near. I don't get it. There must be lack of oxygen on this beach because, I'm in excellent shape, but I'm still tired.
Well, no offense, RJ, but you don't exactly look like a winner from last year's Presidential Fitness Challenge.
What? I'm in the same shape I was a year ago.
I don't know. You didn't run cross-country this year.
I still exercise. At least I think I still exercise.
Suit yourself. I'm getting into shape. I like being fit. Besides, I want to make sure I earn the Presidential Fitness Award again this year. I gotta keep moving.
What if Kaylee is right? What if I'm not as physically fit as I thought? I look good, and I feel good, but it's difficult keeping up with Kaylee. I remember taking my physical in the fall, but that was 6 months ago. I could have a problem. What's happened?
Hey, RJ. I know what you need. You need the problem board.
Of course, the problem board. So what do we know?
We know that the President's Fitness Challenge test is in 6 weeks and that there are 5 parts to the competition.
Partial curl-ups, sit and reach, pull-ups, the mile run, and BMI.
Right, body mass index. Good job, RJ.
We also know that I'm not as in shape as I previously thought.
So what do we need to know?
We need to find out how to develop an exercise program that will help me in the Presidential Fitness Challenge.
When was your last physical? You might need to get another one before you start a new exercise program. Remember, safety first.
Definitely. So where do we go?
I remember Tony talking to Beth Shepard about exercise programs for astronauts. I'm sure she can help us.
Of course, astronauts. And I think Tony's in Houston right now. I don't know what kind of physical shape he's in, but I'm sure he can help us.
And Bianca's connecting with some astronauts in Dundee, Scotland.
Dundee, Scotland. I think I read an article in the newspaper about Dundee. A school in Houston challenged a school in Dundee to get involved in the Presidential Fitness Challenge.
Is that why the astronauts are there?
I'm not sure. But if it has to do with fitness, it would be good if they're involved.
I'm really glad that Kaylee's encouraging RJ to get in shape for the upcoming Presidential Fitness Challenge. I feel pretty good myself, but we certainly have a lot to learn. In fact, Mr. William Eminent, a friend of Beth Shepard's at NASA Johnson Space Center, agreed to help us learn more about exercise. I exercise quite a bit, but what exactly is exercise?
Exercise is any physical activity that raises your heart rate or makes you work hard to push, to pull, or to lift something, such as your body weight or a barbell.
Is exercise the same for everyone?
No, it's different for everyone depending on your interests and abilities. For example, your grandmother may enjoy walking. Your dad might like to mow the yard. And your mom or sister might enjoy going to the gym to lift weights or run on a treadmill.
My friends and I enjoy playing basketball. Is it exercise if you're having fun?
Of course, and best of all, you enjoy it. It's important to do physical activities that you like. That way you'll be more active.
I enjoy tracking market fluctuations on the internet and playing video games. Is that exercise?
Sorry, they're not exercise. Remember, exercise is when moving your body.
Why is physical activity so important?
It helps to keep your body healthy. Aerobic activities such as jogging, riding a bicycle, or swimming help to keep your heart healthy. Resistive exercises such as lifting weights or even playing hopscotch help to make your muscles and bones strong.
How much physical activity should I get?
When you're young, you should get about an hour every day.
That's easy to do, because I love playing basketball and soccer. But why does NASA need to study exercise?
NASA understands the importance of keeping the body healthy, especially when traveling in space. When astronauts are in space, their bones and muscles weaken because of reduced gravity. If they're too weak, they won't be able to do things like spacewalks or eventually to walk on Mars.
Do astronauts have to do special exercises before they go into space?
While on Earth, astronauts exercise just like us. However, there are some limitations when they go to space. Of course, they can't play soccer or basketball.
So how do they exercise?
In space, they use a strength training machine to keep their muscles and bones strong. They also exercise on a treadmill and stationary bike. Of course, NASA is also developing new technology such as ARED, the Advanced Resistive Exercise Device, to provide more resistive exercise in space.
Wow, I didn't realize how much physical activity is involved in space travel.
Working in space is very challenging. During a spacewalk, for example, astronauts might have to use their hands for up to 8 hours.
So do astronauts have to exercise their hands?
Yes, they do. Here, put your fingers close together in this power web. Now try to spread them apart.
It's really hard to open my fingers.
The power web creates resistance that the muscles in your hand have to overcome. If you train these muscles consistently, over time they'll get stronger.
Thanks, Mr. Eminette. Now that I've learned about the importance of exercise, I need to learn more about muscles.
Good idea. Dr. Hagen studies muscles. Let's go see if he's available.
Great, I can use the exercise.
Remember, to be physically fit, you need to exercise on a regular basis for your whole life. Come on, let's go see Dr. Hagen.
Dear Sci-Fi's Kids Club members in Dundee, Scotland, you'll love working with the NASA astronauts. They work really hard to stay physically fit to prepare for the extremes of space travel. I hope you can keep up. If you do, you'll have no trouble in the Physical Fitness Challenge with Schultz Middle School in Houston. We're also working on getting physically fit, and we're more than happy to share our research with everyone. In fact, Tony's meeting with Dr. Hagen about muscles right now.
Let me tell you a little bit about muscle. Muscle is a type of tough, elastic tissue that pulls your bones to help you move.
Sounds complex.
Let's take a look at this yarn to get an idea of what muscles look like. What do you see?
There are several small pieces of yarn wrapped around each other to make one thicker piece of yarn.
That's correct. If you will look more closely, you will see that there are even smaller yarn fibers making up each of the smaller strands of yarn. Muscles are made of bundles of smaller and smaller tissue fibers.
Are all muscles the same?
No, there are more than 600 muscles in the body and 3 types of muscle tissue. Smooth muscles are found inside the blood vessels. Cardiac muscle is found in the heart. However, the majority of our muscles are skeletal muscles. They are attached to the bones and provide the force to move our bones, do work, and provide power for our movement.
So skeletal muscles help us move?
Yes, skeletal muscles are attached to bones. When the muscles contract and become shorter, they pull the bones closer together. Take a look at this arm model.
It doesn't look much like an arm.
Okay, let's use your imagination. The vertical ruler represents the bone in the upper arm. The horizontal ruler represents the bones in the forearm. Where they connect is called a joint.
And the string represents your muscle.
I can see your imagination is working. What do you think will happen when you pull the string?
The forearm will rise.
Very good. Go ahead and try it.
That's cool. It reminds me of a simple machine, a lever.
Yes, we can think of our bodies as a series of simple machines. However, Each muscle in the body can pull in only one direction, so muscles must work in pairs. One muscle or group of muscles makes the joint angle smaller, while a different muscle group pulls it back to its original position.
So muscles work together, like a team.
Right. Muscles need physical activity and proper nutrition, just like the rest of your body. They also need to rest after they've worked so they can recover their energy and grow stronger.
Is it important to have really strong muscles?
You don't have to be Superman, but you do need to be active to maintain muscle health.
How do we keep our muscles healthy?
By good stress.
Wait a minute. I thought stress was bad for you.
There are all kinds of stress. Walking, carrying packages, and sweeping the floor are physical stress. Doing crossword puzzles and reading are types of mental stress. There is also emotional stress, such as receiving a bad grade on a test or walking into a surprise party.
So what is a good stress for our muscles?
Physical activity can lead to good stress. Muscles grow and rebuild as a result of physical stress, and stress can lead to an increase in muscle strength and muscle endurance.
Thanks, Dr. Hagen. It sounds like we need to take a closer look at our good stresses.
You're welcome. I'm glad I could help. Good luck on your project today.
Hi, Dr. D. We came to learn about your exercise program.
We didn't realize you were working on your car.
No problem. I'm going jogging later, but now I have to change the spark plugs on my car. It's amazing. They only cost about $8, but if they're worn or dirty, the car simply won't function properly.
How is that possible?
Interconnected parts make a system operate. The spark plugs in all parts of the car work together in a system.
That sounds like a scientific principle.
We know that systems are collections of objects that interact and work together.
Very good. Systems like my automobile are often made of subsystems. For example, one subsystem of my car is the fuel system, which includes the gas tank, gas line, and fuel pump.
Don't forget the carburetor or fuel injector. That's what supplies the mixture of air and fuel to the engine.
How do you know so much about cars?
Well, when you think about it, it's not too long till I'll be getting my driver's license.
These spark plugs are part of the electrical system, which also includes the battery, starter, and alternator.
I know that cars have a radiator that keeps the engine cool. Is that part of a cooling system?
That's right. Now, if only one part of one subsystem does not function, the car won't run as it should.
Is that true of all subsystems?
Well, almost. For example, if your radio doesn't work, the car will still run.
That's debatable.
I can't imagine a long trip without the radio.
What's the most important subsystem?
You're trying to trick us, Dr. D. They all work together to make the car run. They are all important.
Very good. Because you're interested in exercise, let's talk about the body system and its subsystems.
We learned about body systems in the case of the biological biosphere.
What subsystem of the body is like the electrical system of a car?
That would be the nervous system. It sends messages through the body and ties everything together.
And the fuel system?
Well, the human heart is like the fuel pump. Just as it pumps fuel to the engine, the human heart pumps blood and oxygen to all parts of the body.
I understand that you've been studying muscles. What does a car have that's similar to muscles?
I would say the motor and the drivetrain, because it provides the force to move the car, and the muscles do the same for the body.
So what body system works closest with the muscles?
Well, we learned that there are 3 different types of muscles, the skeletal muscles being the most numerous. So I would say the skeletal system.
Excellent reasoning.
It looks like we need to investigate more about bones. Can you recommend someone for us to talk to?
I certainly can. Why don't you contact Dr. Scott Smith at NASA Johnson Space Center? He studies bones and how reduced gravity environments affect them.
Thanks, Dr. D. Good luck with the tune-up.
You're welcome. Bye.
So what's up? Should the treehouse detectives increase their physical activity? Why is RJ still so tired? Is there something more to being physically fit? Find out in the next exciting chapter of The Case of the Physical Fitness Challenge.
During the investigation, be sure to look for the answers to the following questions. How does physical activity help your bones? Where do bones get their strength? What are nutrients? What is a calorie? When you see this icon, the answer is near. It says here that the Presidential Fitness Award involves challenges for individual students, entire schools, and even adults. I really need to get in shape. I would hate to let down the entire school. I guess this is what Dr. Hagen meant when he talked about good stress.
I think we need to do some more research. We're supposed to contact Dr. Smith in a couple of minutes.
I don't have time.
What do you mean?
I have to start exercising immediately. I don't want to be the kid to keep our school from becoming the Presidential Fitness Challenge champion school.
I'm glad that you're concerned, and that's why we need to remind everyone at school to do what they can to stay physically fit.
Which explains Bianca's flyers.
However, we need to do some more research before we put you through the paces of an established exercise program.
True. We need to learn more about bones. I know they're solid, but you never know.
Dr. Smith should be able to answer those questions. In fact, here he is now. Hi, Dr. Smith.
Hi. I hear you're learning about the body and its systems.
Yes, Dr. D told us that muscle and bone systems work together, so we figured we needed to learn more about bones.
Great idea. The muscles and bones work together so much that they're often called the musculoskeletal system.
Of course, musculo meaning muscle, and skeletal meaning bones.
So what is a bone?
A bone is a type of organ in your body that serves many important functions.
I read that there are 206 bones in the human body, and that each bone has a specific purpose.
That's right. Many bones protect other organs. For example, the skull protects the brain. A flexible spine encloses and protects the spinal cord, and the rib cage surrounds the lungs, heart, and other internal organs. Some bones help with movement. People's arms and legs contain some of the longest and strongest bones in the body.
Wow. I didn't know that bones had so many different purposes. So how do muscles and bones work as a system?
The bones are connected across joints by tough, fibrous ligaments. Muscles, which are usually attached to bones by tendons, make movement possible and also help to support the body.
Other than supporting and helping our bodies move, do bones do anything else?
Absolutely. Bones contain bone marrow where red blood cells are made. Bones also store minerals and regulate calcium distribution between bones and other tissues.
I've heard of calcium and that it's important to bones, but I'm not sure how.
Well, without calcium, our bones would be too soft and flexible to support our bodies against gravity. An inadequate supply of calcium in the diet over a lifetime is believed to contribute to the development of a disease called osteoporosis.
What's osteoporosis?
It's a condition that usually occurs later in life, in which bones are weak and more likely to fracture.
If it happens to adults, should kids be worried about it now?
Absolutely. Children and teenagers can help prevent osteoporosis later in life by including enough calcium in their diets and by getting plenty of physical exercise.
Why is it so important?
By the time you're 20, almost all the bone you'll ever have will be formed. If you haven't formed enough by then, you're much more likely to have problems as you get older.
So how can physical activity help?
Dr. Hagen told you that your muscles need good stress, and good stress comes from physical activity.
How does physical activity help your bones?
Bone is a living tissue that responds to physical activity and use. The body builds bone based on its needs.
So the more physical activity we have, the more bone our body will build.
That's correct. Even after bones stop growing, they still need physical stress to maintain thickness and strength.
I never realized how important physical activity is.
Yes, and especially if you want to be one of the next generation space explorers.
Why do astronauts need to worry about their muscles and bones?
During spaceflight, bones don't have to work against the force of gravity. The lack of resistant force causes astronauts to lose bone density, muscle size, and strength. While this may not affect their performance in space, it can make astronauts too weak to carry out routine tasks when they return to the full force of Earth's gravity.
So how do they keep their bones healthy in space?
Before a mission, astronauts exercise daily and eat a healthy diet to make sure their bones and muscles are in the best shape possible. Once in space, they work to maintain healthy bones and muscles by eating a carefully balanced diet and doing resistance exercises, such as rowing or using a special exercise device that allows them to lift weights, even in a reduced gravity environment. Once back on Earth, they do rehabilitation exercises to help rebuild any bone or muscle loss.
Sounds like NASA makes sure that astronauts are always in good health.
Yes, and as we go back to explore the moon and on to Mars and beyond, the health of the astronaut will be even more critical to maintain mission success.
I guess if our generation is going to be the one to explore Mars, I guess we better get physically fit.
Right, and that's why it's great to participate in the President's Fitness Challenge.
Yes, and even if you aren't going to be a space explorer, physical activity and a healthy diet will help you live a much healthier life.
Thanks, Dr. Smith.
Is it okay to count all this walking and passing out flyers as part of my workout? I'm feeling pretty good.
Well, it is physical activity, and you're helping get the word out about the importance of being physically fit.
Speaking of physical fitness, I wonder how the Kids Club members in Scotland are coming along with the challenge with Schultz Middle School.
I'm not sure, but I did see the Harris Academy in Dundee is doing an experiment on chicken bones.
Chicken bones? So what are they doing with chicken bones?
They're decalcifying them.
Let's see. I learned in English class that D means to reverse or remove something, and calcifying sounds like calcium. So are they taking the calcium out of the chicken bones?
Exactly.
I wonder how they're doing that.
Let's find out.
Okay, but first I'm gonna try a few push-ups. Tell me when you make contact.
I was waiting until you got to 5.
And 5. Go ahead and dial them up. It'll be good for them to see me stretching.
You're too funny. Here they are now. Hi, we're the Treehouse Detectives. We were reading about your experiment on chicken bones.
Hi, I'm Adam, and this is Anna, and we're in Mr. Shan's class at the Highest Academy, Dundee, Scotland.
Can you tell us about your experiment to decalcify chicken bones?
We learned that our bones get their strength from a hard outer covering which contains the mineral calcium carbonate.
The calcium keeps our bones stiff and rigid. We wanted to know what happens when you don't get enough calcium in your diet.
And we know that we lose calcium from our bones over time and has to be replaced daily.
We decided that the problem should be, how does the loss of calcium affect
bone strength?
How did you make the chicken bones lose calcium?
We did some research and learned that vinegar is an acid that slowly over time dissolves the calcium in bones.
And what was your hypothesis?
After doing some more research, the hypothesis was, the more calcium a bone loses by being soaked in vinegar, then the weaker it will be and the more it will bend.
To test our hypothesis, we determined our variables and made sure to have a control experiment.
We know that it's important to test one variable at a time, and that a control is a standard for comparison. So how did you set up your experiment?
We got 4 similar chicken bones that were also all about the same thickness.
For our control, we put one bone in a jar and covered it with water. For the other 3 bones, we placed each of them in a jar filled with vinegar.
We then sealed each jar with a lid and let them sit. After 2 weeks, we opened jar 2, rinsed off the bone, and tested its strength.
And what did you find?
We used a protractor to measure how much it bent, and it bent about 15 degrees.
We next took out the control bone to see how much it bent, but it didn't bend at all.
After another week, we opened jar 3 and measured how much that bone bent.
It bent even more, about 40 degrees, but the control bone was still rigid.
What about the third bone?
We just opened it a few minutes ago, and we're ready to measure it right now.
It looks like it bends about 90 degrees. That's quite a lot.
So it looks like you've accepted your hypothesis.
Maybe, but we still need to do a few more trials and collect data from the other groups in the class and graph the results before we draw any conclusions.
The more data you collect, the more reliable your conclusions.
Exactly. We've learned that in our research too. Thanks for sharing your experiment with us.
You're welcome.
And good luck with your research.
That was quite an experiment.
Yes. And now I know I have to make sure that I get calcium every day. I'm getting hungry. How about getting something to eat?
Didn't you eat breakfast? Remember, Dr. Smith did mention the importance of good nutrition. So what have you eaten today?
I don't like where this is going.
Don't worry, we just need to go to the problem board.
I can do the problem board. So what do we know?
We know that there are different kinds of muscles and bones, and that they need proper nutrition and good stress.
Right, and don't forget calcium. We also know that bones are attached to muscles, making up a system. So what do we need to know?
I think we need to learn more about nutrition.
You're not saying I can't have ice cream, are you?
Ice cream does have calcium, but you might try frozen yogurt instead. But I really think we need to do some more research.
Okay, so where do we go?
Let's talk with the doctor.
I should have asked my doctor when I was there.
No, not your doctor. Let's talk with the doctor for the United States.
Wow. Does the United States even have an official... Do you think we can really meet with the U.S. Surgeon General?
I'm going to D.C. this weekend. If the Surgeon General's available, maybe we can meet.
This is big. It isn't every day you get to meet the Surgeon General. Okay, back to push-ups.
When you're finished, don't forget to visit the NASA Sci-Files website to download a log to track your progress.
You can find all kinds of cool tools for research on the NASA Sci-Files website. Really cool tools.
I'm here in Washington, D.C., our nation's capital, to meet Vice Admiral Richard Carmona, the U.S. Surgeon General. Are some nutrients more important than others?
All nutrients are equally important because your body needs them for best performance.
We learned about muscles and bones and how important physical activity is to keep them healthy. We also learned about good nutrition, and it seems pretty important also. But we're not sure exactly what nutrition is.
Nutrition is the process of taking in food and nutrients so the body can use them for fuel and building new cells. It's a three-part process.
Let me guess. The first part would be eating or drinking.
Bianca, you got it right. And the second part is digestion, where we take those foods and break them down into the essential nutrients.
What are nutrients?
Nutrients are substances that are very important to the body. We get them in the food we eat. You probably know them as proteins and fats and carbohydrates and vitamins and minerals. But they're real important for us to be able to grow and be strong.
Are some nutrients more important than others?
All nutrients are equally important because your body needs them for best performance. For example, proteins and fats and carbohydrates. Those are known as macronutrients because usually you consume them in larger quantities.
What about vitamins?
Vitamins are very important nutrients that we take in from the foods that we eat because the body can't make vitamins. Vitamins are essential molecules, chemicals in your body that help with a host of other chemical reactions that take place.
So where do we get vitamins?
Vitamins come from your food.
We've learned a little about calcium. Isn't that a mineral?
Calcium is a mineral. In fact, it is the most abundant mineral in your body. It makes your bones strong, but it also helps with your muscle activity and the nervous system as well.
Okay, so what's the third part of the process?
The third part is when your body actually takes all those nutrients and uses them throughout the body for fuel.
The body sure is complicated.
It sure is, but as long as we put the right things in our body will know what to do, and we've got to make sure we get enough water also.
Water? I never thought of water as being important to my body.
The water is very important to your body. About 2/3 of your body is made up of water. Every cell in your body has water, and you need water to transport nutrients as well as eliminate waste.
Wow, it is pretty important. But how much water should we drink?
Well, Bianca, on a daily basis, the average person loses about 3 liters of fluid, so you have to replace that. What you commonly hear is about 6 to 8 glasses a day, but you really need to adjust that based on your activity.
The human body is amazing. I think we need to learn more about nutrients and what foods are healthy choices.
I think that would be a good idea, and I've got just the right person for you. Dr. Joanne Lupton at Texas A&M University, and she was instrumental as a partner with the Department of Health and Human Services and the Department of Agriculture in developing the new food guide pyramid and dietary guidelines for 2005.
There's a new food guide pyramid?
Yes, there is, and you're going to find it very helpful. I'm going to email Dr. Lupton and let her know you will be contacting her.
Thanks, Dr. Carmona. This information has been most helpful.
Well, you're quite welcome, but I need your help. I need you to spread the word about all of this information to all of your friends in school and all of our future astronauts. This is the year of the healthy child. It's real important that we get the message out about eating healthy, about physical activity. All Americans need to know this, but especially our kids.
You can count on the Treehouse Detectives.
So this is it. This is Dr. D's lab. We've done a lot of research right here.
Wow. I've always wanted to do research with Dr. D and the Treehouse Detectives. It all really happens right here?
Exactly. Hopefully Dr. D can help us with nutrition, if we ask nicely.
Hi, guys. I understand that you're ready to learn more about nutrition.
That's right. How did you know?
It's okay, RJ. After reading all your reports on the internet, I've decided to get a jump on the research and email Dr. D and ask him to help us.
You're gonna make a great Treehouse Detective.
Yes, and after I read Blake's email, I think I know just what you need to learn about next. Calories.
I've heard of calories, but what are they?
A calories unit is measured that tells us the amount of energy that is stored in food. But it's easier to show you. We'll do an experiment in which we burn food.
Why are you gonna burn food, Dr. D?
Food has energy, and a calorie is the amount of energy that it takes to raise the temperature of 1 gram of water by 1 degree Celsius.
Oh, I get it. We burn the food to see how much it raises the temperature of the water.
And that tells us how many calories of heat energy were produced.
Very good. You're probably wondering what burning food has to do with the energy that our body gets from food.
That did cross my mind.
Our bodies combine oxygen with the nutrients in food to produce carbon dioxide, water, and energy. This process is called metabolism. Now, fire does the same thing, but metabolism is much slower and not nearly as hot.
Food labels mention calories. Are these the same calories that you are talking about?
Yes, but the calories on a food label are written with an uppercase C, representing kilocalories. So if it says 400 uppercase C calories, it is actually 400,000 calories.
So what's the experiment?
It involves burning pecans and round oat cereal.
Why'd you choose those?
Well, as you've already learned, carbohydrates, proteins, and fats are sources of energy for the body. Each of these contains a different amount of energy.
What do you mean?
Well, if you burn a gram of carbohydrate, it will release a different amount of energy than burning a gram of fat.
I think that the carbohydrate will release more energy than the fat.
Good guess. To find out, we'll burn this oat cereal, which is high in carbohydrates, and compare it with this pecan, which is high in fat. To control variables, we use the same mass of each.
I wouldn't think that one nut would produce so much energy.
We'll see. Let's use 50 grams of water, which is 50 milliliters. Let's put on our safety goggles and proceed with caution.
Let's check the beginning temperature of both cans, then we'll watch for the highest temperature after the burning stops.
And remember, in each case, the flames be the same distance from the container.
Wow, the water in the container above the pecan changed by 60 degrees.
That's a little more than twice the temperature change in the water above the cereal. Does that sound reasonable?
Actually, it's very close. 1 gram of fat has 2 1/4 times as many calories of energy as 1 gram of carbohydrate or protein.
I had no idea there's so much energy in food, and that every nutrient is different in the amount of energy it has.
And don't forget about nutrition. We still have to talk to Dr. Lupton.
Sounds like a plan. Good luck, guys.
Thanks, Dr. D. And as always, it's been awesome.
You're welcome, RJ. Glad you enjoyed it.
So what's up? Is RJ getting enough calories? Are the Treehouse Detectives eating a nutritious diet? Find out in the next exciting chapter of The Case of the Physical Fitness Challenge.
During the investigation, be sure to look for answers to the following questions. What's new about the new food guide pyramid? Why does your body need energy when it is resting? What type of research did the RRS Discovery perform? When you see this icon, the answer is near. Wow, I'm really out of breath. Doing this is a lot harder than it used to be.
Well, at least you're making progress.
I just hope that I'm eating enough. I know that food provides energy to do physical activities, and if I don't eat enough, then I'm bound to get tired.
How much food you need to eat depends on how much physical activity you get and also what kind of activities you do.
How much of a difference is there between activities?
I thought you'd ask me that question, so I brought a calorie chart with me.
What does it say about running?
The amount of calories burned also depends upon weight, so I'll give you the amount for your weight. In a half hour, running requires about 400 calories and jogging about 250.
How about walking?
That would be about 110 calories.
What other activities require a lot of calories?
You could try skipping rope or cross-country skiing.
I think I'll stick to jogging, but I need to figure out exactly how many calories I need. It's probably a lot.
Don't forget about nutrition.
Catherine's right. Can you name the 5 basic food groups?
5? I thought there were only 4.
We clearly need to do more research on nutrition.
Didn't Surgeon General Carmona mention speaking to someone about the food guide pyramid? Dr. Lupton of Texas A&M, I believe?
Yes, he did. In fact, I need to see if Dr. Lupton has responded to my email. She may be able to meet with Tony.
And I need to email the kids' club members and encourage them to work on nutrition as well as physical training.
You guys certainly are busy.
A Treehouse Detective's work is never done.
I'm here at Texas A&M University in College Station, Texas. Dr. Lupton has agreed to meet for lunch to talk about nutrition. We learned that nutrition is important for energy and healthy muscles and bones.
That's correct. Everything that we do depends upon the food you eat.
I was wondering, who needs to be more concerned about nutrition? Kids or adults?
Everyone needs to be concerned. When you were a baby, and now that you're still growing, your body needs lots of nutrients.
Dr. Carmona told us about the 5 major types of nutrients. What exactly are we supposed to eat?
I thought you might ask that.
Dr. Carmona said that there was a new food guide pyramid. What's new about it?
Several things. First, you'll notice that there are 6 color bands forming a triangle. one band for each of the 5 food groups and a small one for fats. Second are the steps up the side to remind us to be physically active every day. And the person walking up the steps reminds you that it's up to you. It's personal.
So it really is my food pyramid?
Yes, it is. And if you put in your age, your gender, and your level of activity, it will give you an overall food plan.
My plan says that I need 2,800 calories per day. We learned from Dr. D that the energy stored in food is usually measured in calories.
That's correct. And you need to spend those calories on nutritious foods so that the body gets all the nutrients that it needs.
And now we learn which foods are nutritious?
Right. Do you remember what we ate for lunch today? We ate foods from each one of the 5 food groups: grains, vegetables, fruits, milk, and meat and beans. Each group should be eaten as recommended.
My plan says that I should eat 10 ounces of grains. What exactly is a grain?
It's any food made from wheat, rice, oats, cornmeal, barley, or another cereal grain.
There are a lot of grains. Is there one type that's more nutritious than another?
The most important thing to remember about grains is that you should eat whole grains. And whole grains contain the entire grain kernel.
And the website has a chart telling you exactly how much an ounce of grains is. This is really cool. Now that I've got grains covered, what about fruits and vegetables?
Best rule of thumb is to eat a variety. Fruits can be fresh, frozen, or canned, but go easy on the fruit juices. And with vegetables, eat more dark green and orange veggies.
My mom says that low-fat or fat-free milk is better for me.
That's true. And milk has calcium for your bones. But remember that you can also eat low-fat yogurt and cheeses. Again, variety is important.
I had a turkey sandwich for lunch. That counts as meat.
Yes, it does. When it comes to meat and beans, you should choose low-fat or lean meats and poultry. Bake it, broil it, or grill it, and vary your choices with more fish, beans, peas, nuts, and seeds. So getting your nutrition out of your foods is the best route.
Thanks, Dr. Lupton. I'll email the other treehouse detectives about checking out their own food pyramids.
This is a great flyer. This is exactly what we needed.
Thanks. Do you want to help me pass them out later?
Sure, anything to raise awareness. Otherwise, how are we going to get everyone in the school to become more physically fit?
Right. I'm hoping that if we can get enough students motivated, then we can become a Presidential Fitness Awards state champion school.
That would be awesome. Of course, we still don't know if RJ would get in shape in time. He had a rough workout earlier.
What happened?
He's been trying to do extra exercises to catch up, but he gets tired too easily.
I think he needs to come up with a new hypothesis. We learned that physical activity is only one part of being physically fit, and activity is supposed to be fun.
He did say he was trying to eat better.
Well, that's good. His diet hasn't been too nutritious. Let's go to the problem board and see what we should do next.
Great. My first problem board. What do we know?
Well, we know that 60 minutes of daily physical activity is very important.
And we know nutrition is key.
And Dr. Lupton explained that we need to spend our calories wisely on nutritious food. I was reading in my health book about something called BMR.
What's BMR?
I'm not sure, but it stands for basal metabolic rate. And it sounds like it might be pretty important when it comes to determining your daily calories. So maybe we should learn more about it.
Tony said in his report that Dr. Lupton suggested we contact Dr. Ted Mitchell. Maybe he can help us with BMR too.
Good idea. I wonder where he is.
I read on the website that he was the medical director of the Cooper Wellness Program at the Cooper Clinic in Dallas, Texas. He's also on the science board for the President's Council on Physical Fitness and Sports.
Great. Let's dial him up. Hi, Dr. Mitchell. Thanks for talking with us.
Hello. How can I help you?
We're learning what it takes to keep our bodies healthy and physically fit. Dr. Lupton showed us how to use the new food guide pyramid to determine how many daily calories we need.
I was reading in my health book about BMR, and I think it might have something to do with calories. We were wondering, what is BMR?
Well, I'm sure that you've learned that your body needs energy for doing physical activities like running or kicking a ball.
Yes, and we know that the amount of energy our bodies need depends on how active we are each day.
Well, that's correct. But the total energy that your body uses every day also includes the energy that it requires while it's at rest.
If the body's at rest, why does it need energy?
Well, even at rest, your body requires energy. It requires energy for all of its basic functions, for the cells, the organs, and the tissues, for the heartbeat, for the breathing, for the digestion. Even the brain needs energy at rest.
Energy for brain function? So, if you're a genius, your brain uses more energy than others?
Well, maybe. BMR is unique for each individual. Age, gender, and weight are a few of the factors that affect BMR, and also physical activity and muscle mass positively affect the BMR.
Why is it important to know your BMR?
Well, knowing your BMR allows you to more accurately calculate how many calories your body needs each day. And if you know your daily calorie intake, it's easier to maintain a constant weight.
How do you do that?
Well, it's simple. The number of calories that you use each day should equal the number of calories that you eat. If you eat more calories than you use, you gain weight. If you eat fewer, then you lose weight.
So BMR is like a general rate at which your body uses energy. And once you know your approximate BMR, all you need to know is your activity level.
Correct. And then you're ready to calculate the number of calories your body needs every day.
I hope it involves math and formulas.
It does, and it's a little complicated. So if you're a male, just put in the correct numbers and do the math.
I love calculations. Let's see. I weigh 42 kilograms. I am 160 centimeters tall. My age is 12, so I have a BMR of 1360.
Of course, there's a formula for girls as well. To calculate your own BMR, visit the NASA Sci-Files website.
Finally, multiply your BMR by your energy level to calculate your daily calorie needs.
Looks like I'm medium, so I would need to multiply by 1.7. That means I need 2,312 calories.
Very good. You might also want to calculate your BMI.
BMI, isn't that part of the Presidential Fitness Challenge?
Yes, it is. It stands for Body Mass Index. You see, when you step on the bathroom scales, the number you see isn't necessarily how healthy you are. BMI shows at a glance whether extra pounds translate into health risks. But BMI isn't always accurate because it doesn't reflect muscle mass.
I read in my health book that muscle mass weighs more.
That's right. As you can see, 5 pounds of fat takes up a lot more space in your body than 5 pounds of muscle.
So how do you find your BMI?
Visit the President's Challenge website and use our BMI calculator.
So what does our BMI tell us?
Well, it expresses the relationship between weight and height. The higher the number, the greater the risk for developing certain types of health problems.
Thanks, Dr. Mitchell. You've certainly given us a lot of information.
Well, you're welcome. And call again if you have any questions.
We will. Bye. Now we need to update everyone on our progress. It's important to be prepared.
Have you heard anything from the Kids Club members in Scotland?
They mentioned visiting the Discovery Museum in Dundee. One of the astronauts recommended they check it out.
That's where the RRS Discovery is on display. Did you know that the space shuttle was named after their ship?
No. How did you know that?
Research.
I should have known.
We're really excited about our progress. In fact, while running with the astronauts the other day, we discussed going to the Discovery Point Antarctic Museum here in Dundee. I'm meeting with Miss Gil Poulter there this afternoon.
The RRS Discovery was one of the last wooden three-masted ships built in Britain, and she was built right here in Dundee. She was also the first to be constructed specifically for scientific research.
What kind of research was she built to do?
The ship was commissioned by the Royal Geographical Society to explore the Antarctic. At that time, Antarctica was still an unknown area, and Captain Scott and his crew were to explore the region and bring back scientific information.
Antarctica has a really cold and harsh environment. Must have been difficult.
Yes, it was. In 1901, technology was not as advanced as it is today.
I guess that could have been a problem. If you don't have any information about the place you're going, you won't know what to bring.
That's correct. The more knowledge you have about an environment, the more successful the mission. For example, Captain Scott took a wind generator for electricity, but the wind was too powerful in Antarctica and it broke the second time he used it.
If he'd known it was that windy, he would have left it behind.
That's correct, and they could have used the space for supplies that might have proved more useful.
What supplies did they take?
They needed an extraordinary variety of equipment because once the expedition was in Antarctica, they could depend only on the equipment they'd brought with them.
Wow, I didn't think about that. I guess there weren't any grocer or hardware shops if you ran out of something.
They had to take it with them or do without. They took explosives, fireworks for signalling, cameras, medical supplies, clothing, scientific equipment, soap, oil lamps, tools, tons of food, and even a hot air balloon for surveying.
Wow, that's amazing. I never realized you had to take so much stuff.
The Discovery carried some 19,000 kilos of flour to bake bread and 15,800 kilos of meat, which was mainly tinned and not as nourishing as fresh.
Why tinned meat?
They couldn't preserve fresh food during the long sea voyage from Britain or for the 2 years in the Antarctic. To help, they took along 45 live sheep, which they slaughtered once they got to Antarctica.
Why didn't they just hunt for their meat?
In the winter, the largest animal in Antarctica is only the size of an insect, but in the summer months, the men were able to hunt seals and penguins for food, but at first they didn't like the taste.
We've learned how important it is for explorers to be healthy and physically fit. Did the men have any health problems on the expedition?
Yes, scurvy was a big health problem because its cause, lack of vitamin C, wasn't fully understood. It's a terrible disease that can cause internal bleeding, makes you weak and have joint pain.
Sounds awful. Wasn't there anything they could do to prevent it?
They should have brought more citrus fruits which contain vitamin C.
Sounds like they learned a lot from this expedition.
Yes, we learned valuable lessons from the past. Future explorations have a wealth of history to draw on to make sure the mistakes are not repeated. Today's explorers are much better equipped and safer than ever before.
I wonder what NASA is doing to plan for exploring the moon, Mars and even beyond.
Good question. The astronauts will be here this afternoon. I'm sure they'll be happy to answer that question for the Kids Club members. Come on.
No wonder the astronauts are so concerned about getting and staying in shape. I'd better email the Treehouse detectives and the kids at Schultz Middle School. Maybe they have some questions for the astronauts as well.
So what's up? Have the Treehouse detectives figured out what is wrong with RJ? Do you think they will win the Presidential Award for Physical Fitness? Are lessons from the past the key to future explorations? Find out in the final chapter of The Case of the Physical Fitness Challenge.
During the investigation, be sure to look for the answers to the following questions. What type of physical activity is good for the heart? What activities should kids do every day? When you see this icon, the answer is near. I'm not sure how much it counts, but informing the greater population of our school certainly qualifies as physical activity.
Education requires a lot of work and discipline.
I just hope we win. It would be nice to go out on top.
It's not that bad, is it, RJ?
Yes, it is that bad. Did you see Blake? Talk about a go-getter.
I think he got promoted to field general today in PE.
The kids at school seem to be responding well.
The difficult part is to become motivated to be physically active. Most people want to be in good shape, but they don't exactly know how to go about it.
I'm not exactly sure how to go about it either. Right now, I'm just trying to follow my old track and field warm-up workout. I came up with a new hypothesis, though.
What is it?
If you eat nutritious foods, get at least 60 minutes of physical activity each day, and then balance your calorie input and output, then you'll be physically fit.
It sounds like you're on the right track, but I think we need some help here setting up a new routine.
Isn't Bianca trying to meet with some people on the President's Fitness Council?
I'll check my email.
There has to be more to this. I mean, a track and field exercise program can't be the only way to work out.
Plus, there's lots of ways to be physically active.
Hey, you guys, we might have the answer. Bianca talked to someone at the President's Council, and they directed her to Mr. Lynn Swan.
That's funny. That's the name of one of the greatest Pittsburgh Steelers wide receivers to ever play football.
I wonder if it's the real Lynn Swan.
You guys, she is meeting with Mr. Lynn Swan, former Pittsburgh Steeler.
Quick, send her an email. I'd love to get an autograph. Tell her to have him sign her get up and go sheet.
Okay, I'm writing.
I'm here at Swickley Academy's Nichols Field to meet Mr. Lynn Swan, sports commentator for ABC and chairman of the President's Council on Physical Fitness in Sports. I can't wait to meet him and learn more about how to keep active and physically fit.
Good throw.
Thanks. I've been working on my muscle strength and endurance by doing some weight training.
Well, Bianca, it's important to have a variety of exercises and physical activity, like swimming, running, and, of course, football.
When you play football, did you have to have a specific routine or do certain physical activities to keep your muscles and bones strong?
Yes, professional athletes have to stay in top condition.
How did you do that?
Well, I work with a trainer who helped me establish a routine and a schedule to meet my fitness goals.
What about kids? Do we need a specific fitness routine?
Well, not usually, unless, of course, you're training for a specific sport. The key here for kids is to get 60 minutes of activity each day in whatever activity or sport they consider to be fun.
I love to swim. Is that enough?
Well, swimming is great. Just remember that you should also participate in activities that will increase your aerobic endurance and muscular endurance, strength and flexibility, and help you maintain a healthy body composition, which is, of course, the proper balance of fat and muscle. By trying new activities, we learn new skills, and that can be fun and challenging.
That makes sense. If you enjoy the activity, you're more likely to be physically active all your life.
Yes, And it's also important to remember to be absolutely safe when you do a variety of activities.
I hadn't thought about that. Do you mean like wearing your helmet when you ride your bike or skateboard?
Oh, absolutely. And follow the traffic signs and rules when you're walking, riding, running, skating, or even skiing.
That's all good advice. Anything else?
Yes, make sure that you warm up before and cool down after any strenuous activity or sport.
More good advice. You must think that it's really important for kids to be physically active.
Yes, that's why I wanted to be involved with the President's Council. You know, ever since the President appointed me, I've had the chance to talk to kids and adults about the importance of physical activity and how important it is to the body, the mind, and the spirit.
We're really excited about our upcoming testing for the Presidential Physical Fitness Award.
That's great, but don't forget there are 3 other presidential programs that you can attempt.
I think Catherine is participating in the Presidential Champions program. She's very active in all her sports.
Well, that's great, because in that program, you earn points towards gold medals, silver, or bronze based on the amount of energy you burn. For example, running and walking are great activities, but running requires more energy than walking, so you get more points if you're running.
How many points do you need to earn a medal?
Well, for the gold medal, you need 80,000 points. For the silver, 45,000. And for the bronze, you only need to get 20,000 points.
What other programs are there?
Well, there's a Presidential Active Lifestyle Award. For that one, you commit to 60 minutes of activity 5 days a week for 6 weeks. There's also the Health Fitness Award. To earn that, you achieve healthy levels of physical fitness based on health criteria and standards posted on the President's Challenge website.
Wow, I didn't know there were so many individual programs. We're working to make our school a state champion school.
Well, that's great. I hope you succeed. But you can also be a model school or a physical activity fitness demonstration center. Be sure to let everyone know that all students can participate, including students with disabilities.
Thanks, Mr. Swan.
Hi, Blake. Do you want to run sprints with me?
No, thanks. I did some walking earlier, and I think I'm gonna go for a swim later in the afternoon.
Well, at least you sound active.
Yes. I was thrilled about Bianca's report from a meeting with Mr. Swan. I used to think I had to have a grueling workout, kind of an Ironman workout for 5th graders.
Sort of an Iron Kid situation.
Right, and I was overwhelmed. But now I'm taking a healthier approach, and I'm enjoying it more too.
That's because if you enjoy your activity, you're more likely to become active all your life.
That's interesting. I was speaking with the Kids Club members in both Houston and Scotland, and they were reaching the same conclusions. In fact, the Kids Club members in Scotland were hoping to speak with an astronaut later to learn more.
That's great. I hope they learn more about being a space explorer. Because if we go to Mars someday, I want to make sure that I can measure up.
So are you going to do some more sprints?
No, I think I'll just go swimming with you, if you don't mind.
Sure.
When we travel to Mars, how will astronauts prepare for the long trip?
Researchers at NASA are conducting a number of experiments to make sure we astronauts are well prepared for long-duration space exploration. Everyone at NASA wants to make sure astronauts stay healthy during space travel.
Treehouse detectives learned from Dr. Hagen that astronauts lose some muscle mass while in space.
Yes, Katie. Data from multiple NASA space missions have made it clear that low gravity creates changes in our muscles and bones. With the analysis of astronauts' blood and urine samples while in space, researchers can experiment with countermeasures.
What kind of countermeasures?
Some countermeasures are nutrition and exercise. By studying how countermeasures affect the loss of muscle mass, researchers can help to extend the length of time for space travel.
What about your bones in space?
Good question, Louise. There are also experiments being conducted for bone. For example, there's a new device being developed at NASA Johnson Space Center called the Advanced Resistive Exercise Device, or ARED for short.
I remember reading about the importance of resistive exercise in the Treehouse Detectives report with Dr. Amonette.
Exactly, Katie. The ARED offers the kind of resistance necessary for this exercise, and it will help keep the astronauts in shape.
What about nutrition in space?
In space, astronauts burn just as many calories as they do on Earth. However, sometimes their sense of taste changes, and they may not be as hungry. Being sure that they eat enough to stay healthy is even more important.
How do you make sure astronauts stay healthy in space?
NASA provides and monitors our diet for balanced nutrition before, during, and after space flights.
I found out how important vitamin C was to prevent scurvy. Does NASA make sure that astronauts get enough vitamin C?
Yes, Katie. Our astronaut menus are planned so that all the necessary vitamins, minerals, and nutrients are present.
NASA really makes sure that astronauts are healthy and stay that way both on Earth and in space.
Well, speaking of staying healthy, Christopher, tell us about your progress with the challenge.
Dear RJ, the astronauts were very helpful, and thanks for sharing all of your research with us. Now we really feel like we know what we're doing. Everyone in Houston seems to be doing well too. Keep us posted on your progress, and good luck.
It's great to see kids so excited about fitness and nutrition. So I was thrilled when the Treehouse detectives stopped by the lab to share the results of their investigation.
We're putting together our health and fitness presentation for our school, and we wanted to talk to you about it.
After all our research, we think we know the most important part of getting in shape. We just wanted to see if you had any suggestions.
Tell me what you have.
When you're young, it's important to be physically active at least 60 minutes a day.
We found that it's good to have a goal, such as the President's Fitness Challenge, to keep you motivated.
And you have to apply the principle of good stress to increase muscle and bone strength and muscle endurance.
That's right. Healthy muscles and bones are an important part of being physically fit.
So far, so good. Don't forget to mention that it's important to pick physical activities that are fun. It's easier if you like what you're doing.
I was really impressed with the importance of proper nutrition.
We get our energy from food and measure it in calories.
It's important to take in only as many calories as the body needs for its basic needs and for physical activity. But it's also important to make proper choices.
The food guide pyramid helps you make sure that your body gets the proper nutrients it needs, such as carbohydrates, proteins, fats, vitamins, and minerals.
You probably ought to close by emphasizing that being active and eating right can lead to a long, healthy life.
That's good, Dr. D. And we can't forget all we've learned about how NASA is preparing for long-duration space exploration.
After all, we are the next generation of explorers. I just may walk on Mars someday.
And of course, we have to be sensible in our plan. Warm up before and cool down after strenuous exercise. And pay attention to safety rules.
I think that it is also important to participate in a variety of different activities.
You're right on track, Dr. D.
And I hope that the students will get as excited about keeping fit as we are.
If you tell them how eating right and being physically active has personally helped you, it's even better than just reporting on research. Your excitement will also help motivate them.
That's excellent advice. Thanks, Dr. D.
Thanks.
Along with Schultz Middle School in Waller, Texas, and the Kids Club members in Scotland, we all got more involved with health and nutrition. Our school did become a presidential fitness champion school, and we all changed the way we live to live healthier. And, best of all, we're having fun.
Stay in shape, you gotta exercise.
Keep fit, never stop, do the hip, to the hot, to the top, gonna make your body rock.
Like a race, gotta keep your pace.
It's a fitness challenge, you own your case. Yeah.
Get moving, let your body start grooving.
You can do it, now let's prove it. Hypothesize.
Eat well and exercise.
You don't need another side of fries. Eat fries. Eat fries.
You wanna feel your best, check your body mass.
You can pass the test. You can lead a rich life.
You don't need to be wealthy. A daily workout can keep your heart healthy.
Yeah. Don't fear it. For your mind, clear
Lose
it.
stress in your body and spirit.
Yeah.
Get straight, motivate productivity.
Feel the power of activity.
I guarantee you're gonna like how you feel.
Put fitness into fitness, that's keeping it real. Yeah. Hey, yeah, yeah. If you want to explore the solar system. Hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. Gotta be fly in physical condition. Eat right, then let your body be the witness. Get tight, get right. Put a fitness into fitness. Get your heart pumping.
The following is a presentation of the students and faculty of the College of Liberal Arts at Middle Tennessee State University.
Hi everybody, this is Andrew Ottman bringing you a special edition of Out of the Blue, Joys of the Season, our annual holiday production with the College of Liberal Arts. Joining me, my co-host, Dean Leah Lyons.
Hi Andrew, it's wonderful to be here.
It's great to have you here, and let's talk about what this means to the college.
Joys of the Season is an exciting opportunity for our students to showcase their talents. Students from our School of Music, from our Department of Theater and Dance will offer us exciting presentations to help us celebrate the season.
And let's get started. Our first performance is the MTSU Chamber Orchestra, conducted by Dr. Andrea Dawson, a professor from our School of Music who teaches violin and viola. They will be playing a mashup of two popular tunes for solo violin and string orchestra by Matt Riley. In English, we know the first song as Carol of the Bells, which comes from a Ukrainian New Year's folk song and was arranged as a choral piece by Mykola Leontovich in the early 1900s. God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen is a traditional English Christmas carol dating from the 1600s.
In addition to the instrumental ensembles in our School of Music, we have opportunities for students to share their vocal talents through MTSU choirs. Schola Cantorum is led by our Director of Choral Activities, Dr. Raphael Bundage.
They are joining us from Hinton Hall to perform One Sweet Little Baby, an arrangement by Sean Kirshner. The composer felt he had discovered a new Christmas classic and journeyed far and wide, traversing key areas alongside members of the Holy Family as depicted in this work.
In 2011, the college established MTSU Arts to provide a singular brand to showcase the creative activity of our talented students and faculty. Literally hundreds of performances, exhibitions, and concerts are held annually through our art, dance, music, and theater programs. Our students' artistic expressions demonstrate the transformative power of education and the arts. Just as our students enrich their lives by showcasing their skills, we invite you to enrich yours by becoming an MTSU Arts patron. The MTSU Arts Patron Society was created to enhance opportunities for our students in the fine and performing arts. When you become a member of the MTSU Arts Patron Society, you ensure the vibrancy of the fine and performing arts at MTSU and support the university's role as a cultural catalyst in Middle Tennessee and the world. To join the Patron Society, visit mtsu.edu/mtsuarts. Assistant Professor of Dance Jade Treadwell choreographed our next piece, Whimsical Candy Cane Swirls. This classical ballet variation features students from the MTSU dance program. They will be performing to Tchaikovsky's Opus 71A, most recognized as the Russian dance from the Nutcracker Ballet. This second act Nutcracker scene joyously invites the audience to the magical land of sweets with a ribbon candy flair. Up next, Associate Professor of Theater Christy Schamberger and some musical theater students are busily decorating for the holidays with a performance of We Need a Little Christmas. This song is part of the soundtrack of the award-winning Broadway musical Mame and was first performed by the recently deceased star of stage and screen, Dame Angela Lansbury. After Lansbury's character, Aunt Mame, loses her fortune in the Wall Street crash of 1929, she sings this song to her nephew Patrick to bring some holiday cheer right this very minute.
All out the holly, put up the tree before my spirit falls again. Fill up the stockings, we may be rushing things, but deck the halls again now. For we need a little Christmas, right this very minute. Candles in the window, carols at the spinning. Yes, we need a little Christmas, right this very minute. It hasn't snowed a single flurry, but Santa dear, we're in a hurry, so climb down the chimney, put up the brightest string of lights I've ever seen. Slice of the fruitcake, it's time we hung some tight song on that evergreen bough. For I've grown a little leaner, a little colder, a little sadder, grown a little older, and I need a little angel sitting on my shoulder. Need a little Christmas now. Call out the holly, habits I taught you well to live each living day. Fill up the stockings, but guys, it's 1 week. What? Past Thanksgiving Day now. For we need a little Christmas, right this very minute. Candles in the window, carols at the spinning. Yes, we need a little Christmas, right this very minute. It hasn't snowed a single flurry, but Santa dear, we're in a hurry, so climb down the chimney. It's been a long time since I
True Blue.
As a member of this diverse community,
I am a valuable contributor
to its progress and success.
I am engaged in the life of this community.
I'm a recipient
and a giver.
I am a listener and a speaker.
I am honest in word and deed.
I'm committed to reason, not violence.
I am a learner.
Now
and forever.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
True Blue.
Do you want more from your college experience? At Middle Tennessee State University, that's exactly what you get. More majors, more opportunities, more guaranteed scholarships. Up to $20,000 over 4 years. MTSU, Tennessee's University of Opportunities.
Welcome back to this special edition of Out of the Blue, Joys of the Season, featuring our College of Liberal Arts. I'm Andrew Ottman.
And I'm Leah Lyons. The
Soul, or Soprano Alto Chorale, is performing an arrangement of Mel Torme's classic, The Christmas Song. It was written in 1945 in the blistering July heat in an effort to keep cool by thinking cool. Nat King Cole first recorded it in 1946, and it remains the most performed Christmas song of all time. Angela Tips from our School of Music provides the musical direction for this piece, and Noah Huseman, a senior music industry major who performs with the MTSU Jazz Ensembles, is our pianist.
To close out this special edition of Out of the Blue, we're going to head back to Hinton Hall to hear the Steel Pan Ensemble perform an annual tradition of this show, Sleigh Ride. This unique arrangement of Leroy Anderson's holiday classic was put together by percussion faculty member Dr. Brian Mueller, just for Joys of the Season.
Steel Pan Ensemble, Professor Brian Mueller, thank you so very much for this wonderful performance. This arrangement, unique for the show, right? What did it involve?
Yes. You know, I think the biggest challenge with arranging this piece for this format, you know, we're so familiar with the orchestral arrangement that's got so many different timbres to work with. There's trumpet, there's strings, there's brass, there's percussion, all sorts of colors. Well, we have different colors too, but it's just a more limited palette. So I had to figure out how to make all the voices come out and make it still sound like the original, but yet it's all metal. All we're hearing is metal.
You succeeded. What a great performance. Steel Pan Ensemble. Thank you so much, Professor. We so appreciate this.
You're welcome.
And this does wrap up Joys of the Season. On behalf of the College of Liberal Arts, MTSU Out of the Blue, and also the Center for Educational Media, I'm Andrew Ottman. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and have a wonderful season.
What do this sea turtle, this rhino, and this pelican all have in common? Stick around and you'll find out.
Hi, I'm Julie Scardina, and this is Nikki and Nellie, two rescued dogs, one from Nashville and one from Hurricane Katrina. And they both have found loving adoptive homes in Florida. You know, when we think of rescued animals, we often think of domesticated animals, like dogs and cats. But wild animals need our help too.
Whether searching for food, fending off predators, defending their territory, battling viruses and diseases, or simply enduring weather, daily life can be a challenge. And then you throw in human impacts like pollution and habitat destruction, and it can go from challenging to life-threatening.
Thankfully, though, there are dedicated individuals, organizations, and companies which are committed to helping save wildlife and their habitats. And here are just a few of their amazing stories in this episode of Saving a Species, Animals in Peril. Sea turtles have been swimming in the oceans for more than 245 million years. One of only 4 reptiles that live in saltwater, sea turtles used to number in the millions. But today, they're in trouble and face an uncertain future. But first, what do you know about sea turtles? Not much? Well, you're not alone. Even scientists don't know that much about them. And that's because sea turtles spend about 98% of their lives in the water, where we can't see what they're doing.
As soon as sea turtles hatch, they scramble to the water and disappear. Under normal circumstances, no one will see them again until many years later. And then it's only the females when they return to the beach to nest. The only other time we see them is when they come ashore injured, ill, or accidentally caught in fishing gear. In fact, although scientists have studied nesting females for many years, most of what we know about sea turtles comes from caring for those that have been rescued. Statistically, fewer than 1 out of 1,000 sea turtle eggs laid actually make it to adulthood, where they are then susceptible to a number of illnesses and injuries. These can be caused by red tides and ocean disturbances, predators, pollution, fishing gear, and other hazards. But if they're lucky enough to reach shore, the turtles have a chance of being rescued and cared for by highly skilled animal care experts and veterinarians, like those at SeaWorld in Orlando, Florida.
And that brings us to an amazing story of a loggerhead sea turtle that was brought to SeaWorld after being found in distress at the Port St. Lucie power plant in February of 2005. Because of his appearance, they called him Grandpa, and the name stuck. He looks pretty healthy now, but not that long ago, there wasn't a lot of hope for his survival.
When Grandpa was brought to SeaWorld, he was missing his entire lower mandible, or jaw, likely the victim of a run-in with a human. That meant he was unable to eat, which would have meant certain death out in the wild. Aquarist Jenny Albert was on duty when the turtle arrived.
He looked like kind of the typical subadult loggerhead that was very malnourished, quite a few bit of barnacles on top, and all of a sudden he lifted his head to breathe and we noticed he's missing his entire lower jaw. From that point on, we knew that he was one of our most special turtles that we would have to rehabilitate. Immediately the wheels were turning with everybody on how to fit this turtle's needs into our daily routine.
Grandpa's injuries were a first for the experienced rehabilitation team at SeaWorld. This group has worked with injured and ill sea turtles for more than 25 years.
A lot of the injuries we see here are boat-related, boat hits, fishing hook ingestion, a lot of times foreign object ingestion. This turtle presented with the same symptoms of being malnourished, but he wanted to eat. He was starving. He was ravenous when he got here. He wanted to eat, but couldn't.
Dr. Mike Walsh was the lead veterinarian for Grandpa's medical care.
In the time that I've been dealing with sea turtles over the last 2 decades, I've never seen an injury quite like this. To actually lose the ability to feed yourself is different from anything else we've dealt with.
The first order of business was getting food into the malnourished reptile, and that was easier said than done.
He rejected everything we tried. He fought us tooth and nail during the tube feedings. They're strong animals to begin with, so it took quite a few staff members to hold him down in a safe way that we can access his mouth and his throat. So it was quite challenging for us.
But once the turtle realized that he was actually getting food, he quit fighting, and Jenny and her team were able to start working to feed the turtle by hand.
But what Jenny had to do was take enough time to gain his trust and say, this is how you're going to get your food. I can put it in a position where you can grab it and actually suck it down. And eventually the hope was that he would be able to get it off the bottom on his own.
Although Grandpa will never be able to be released into the wild again, his rehabilitation is almost complete.
He's doing wonderful. When he was able to eat the food off the bottom for the first time in here, I think everybody heard me, and I was so excited that he could do that. But he can eat by himself now and catch fish through the mid-water column and off the ground. So he's doing great.
That, to me, was tremendous. We actually were able to take an animal that had no chance of survival in the wild and give him another plus in life.
What an amazing story of survival. But it sure would be better to prevent this type of injury from happening again. And that's the goal of a World Wildlife Fund project supported by the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund. Every year, hundreds of thousands of sea turtles are accidentally caught by commercial fishermen. A key challenge in the conservation of these animals is their wide-ranging and highly migratory nature. This poses an international challenge requiring an international response. Some scientists warn that these giant turtles could face extinction in the next few decades unless dramatic conservation action occurs. But World Wildlife Fund is working to change that. Kim Davis is the fund's Deputy Director of Fisheries Programs.
Scientists estimate that more than 250,000 sea turtles, just leatherbacks and loggerheads, just those 2 species alone, are caught each year as fisheries bycatch. And many of these turtles are taken in the course of longline fishing, fishing with long horizontal lines, small vertical lines off of them, and hooks at the bottom. The hooks that are normally used for longline fishing, or that are often used, are shaped like J's. Many sea turtles are snagged and caught on these J-shaped hooks. It turns out that if we use hooks that are shaped like circles instead, many fewer sea turtles will be caught. It's a simple, powerful change. The SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund has made this possible. They have helped us send people to the ports, to fishing villages, to spend time talking with fishermen about how we can work together. So the fishermen understand that we're looking for solutions that work for them, that work for the turtles, that work for all of us.
Now that's conservation at work. But conservation depends on all of us doing what we can to help. So what can you do to help sea turtles survive? Actually, there are a number of things. From supporting organizations that protect sea turtles and their habitats, to reducing the trash that makes its way to the ocean. Plastic bags are often mistaken for jellyfish, a favorite prey animal of some sea turtles. And once ingested, an everyday plastic bag like this can prove fatal. You can help protect sea turtles and other ocean animals by picking up trash. Sometimes it can be that simple. Effective conservation is a big job, but preserving turtles and their habitat is worth the work. Other threats to the survival of sea turtles are the increasing scarcity of safe nesting beaches, as well as the widespread poaching of turtle eggs. In 2004, a remote beach in Costa Rica, Playa Junquial, experienced an egg poaching rate of 100%. It was a critical nesting site for endangered leatherback sea turtles, and this beach captured the attention of scientists and conservationists seeking its protection.
Historically, local teenagers would poach the eggs as income for their families. The SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund supported a conservation education program targeting these teenagers and their families, encouraging alternative income generated from ecotourism. As a result of this program, the poaching rate at Playa Junquial was reduced to 0% in 2005. Not a single egg was poached. Today, these one-time poachers are now naturalists and interpreters, sharing the story of this incredible species with visiting tourists and the greater Costa Rican community.
All over the world, people are working to save species and habitats. From grassroots groups to large conservation organizations, dedicated people are committed to understanding and preserving the biodiversity of our planet. Without this type of support, many of these projects would disappear, and with them, the animals and environments they are working to protect. That's why the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund provides so much needed support to such a diverse group of projects, both here in the U.S. and around the world. Partnerships with other organizations keep conservation work alive, and many times those partners are zoos that are at the forefront of saving species. And it was their work to save rhinos that brought Busch Gardens Tampa Bay together with the World Wildlife Fund and International Rhino Foundation. Rhinoceroses are one of the most endangered species in the world today. For millions of years, they were abundant. But just since 1970, the world's population of rhinos has declined by 90%, making all 5 remaining species in danger of extinction. World Wildlife Fund's chief scientist, Eric Dinnerstein, has studied rhinos for decades.
Rhinos weren't always rare. In fact, rhinos are an example of probably one of the most successful groups of mammals that ever lived on the planet. But what we have today is just a depauperate group that's left. We have 5 species, 2 in Africa and 3 in Asia.
The zoological staff at Busch Gardens Tampa Bay has cared for black rhinos for more than 35 years. During that time, they have added significantly to our understanding of the rhino's dietary needs, social behavior, and reproductive physiology. And their success in breeding has been proven by the 8 healthy black rhino calves born at the park. Most people aren't aware that more than 80% of all mammals in zoos have been bred and born in zoos, in carefully managed programs that protect genetic diversity and the health of the animals. Occasionally, though, animals are brought to zoological facilities from the wild for a variety of conservation reasons. Sometimes animals are moved to avoid overcrowding in the limited wild habitat remaining. Or sometimes they are moved to establish healthy conservation populations in other parts of the world. These types of measures have helped save some entire species. As successful as Busch Gardens has been breeding black rhinos, there was a little bit of a glitch with breeding the white rhinos. The problem? 2 males and no females. So zoo officials turned to the International Rhino Foundation for help. The foundation coordinates the placements of white rhinos all over the world, including animals that can be moved from the wild. After a stringent review, the foundation matched Busch Gardens with Kruger National Park in South Africa. Kruger National Park has an extraordinary white rhino conservation program. In fact, it's been so successful that they're able to relocate a number of white rhinos each year for conservation purposes. And 3 were identified for relocation to Busch Gardens, Tampa Bay. So lead keeper Jason Green and veterinarian Dr. Mike Burton headed off to Africa to be introduced to the rhinos and to escort them back to their new home.
Welcome in South Africa. I suppose it's your first trip down there.
Yeah.
I think the main thing you're here for is the rhinos. Let's go and have a look at them.
Excellent.
Do you like it?
As soon as we arrive at Kruger, we go to meet Johan Milan and see the rhinos we'll be taking back. Johan is one of the vet techs that works on the capture team, and it's his job to care for the rhinos, make sure they're healthy and prepared for the move. The rhinos that are brought here are chosen after a lengthy process. First, park rangers determine if any rhino group is too densely populated. If it is, then they determine which of those rhinos need to be moved. The next step is to decide whether it will be a translocation to another wildlife area or a relocation to a zoological facility. If it's a relocation, then the animals come here to be prepared for the transport. Over a period of months, the rhinos are moved along through a series of enclosures called bomas, where they are gradually acclimated to unfamiliar noises, vehicle traffic, and contact with humans. Animal health and safety is a #1 priority here, and everything is done to ensure that the animals are adapting well to the changes.
And if they don't seem to be adapting, you just turn back home?
We just take them straight away to where we've captured them. So they know the area, they know where's the water, everything.
The last step in the acclimation process is to move shipping crates into the enclosures with the animals. From this point on, the rhinos are fed in the crates, which makes them become just another non-threatening part of the rhino's environment. Our last day at Kruger starts early because there are several other rhinos to be loaded for transport in addition to our 3. By 6 a.m., people are hustling everywhere, and soon everything is underway. After months of work to prepare the rhinos for the trip, the loading process moves really smoothly. Since there is a lot of activity and extra people associated with the move, each rhino is darted with a mild sedative that relaxes it and keeps it calm. Next, Johan and his crew lure the rhino into the crate with a rice bag on a stick. And after the rhino is in the crate, the crew puts in the rear bars of the crate to secure the animal inside. Last, the outer doors of the crate go on, and it's lifted by a crane and set onto the flatbed semi that will transport the rhinos to the airport. I'm really impressed at how quickly and efficiently the rhinos are loaded. By 10 o'clock, we're ready to head for the airport at Johannesburg, and before long, these guys will be in their new home. I'm really proud to be part of a conservation effort that's making such a difference for an endangered species. I really feel like I'm part of something that's going to last for a long time, kind of a legacy for the rhinos. What an experience that trip was. But the best part of all is how well they've done since they've been here at Busch Gardens. They live on our huge Serengeti plain with our 2 other rhinos, and since then, we've even had 2 calves. I really feel we're making a difference.
Zoos offer many resources for preserving species, and our ability to collect data on the animals in our care can help those who care for and maintain wild populations too. We firmly believe that knowledge is the key to conservation success, because the more we know about these guys, the smarter we can work for them. Here's another simple solution to a potential life-threatening situation. The Florida manatee is one of the most endangered marine mammals in the United States, and entanglement is a small but significant cause of injury and death to these gentle mammals. Senior biologist Dr. Ann Bowles of Hub's SeaWorld Research Institute may have found a solution.
Manatees are specialized for the sense of touch, so in order for them to understand what something is, they have to touch it, go up to it. They become entangled when they find something unusual in their environment, the crab pot plus the line plus the float on the surface, and they begin to manipulate it as they explore it. It becomes wrapped around their pectoral flippers or their body and tightens so they can't get out.
Preventing these entanglements became a priority for Dr. Bowles and the Hub's SeaWorld Research Institute.
We need to find something that the fishermen would be able to use. So what we are now working with is called calf rope. It's used in rodeos, but it's made out of stiff nylon, and it's designed to hold a struggling animal without tightening on it. What we've done is to create a line that is safe for them to manipulate. They can touch it as much as they want. Even if it circles around them, they'll be able to slide right out of it. So we've made it safe.
Drought, flooding, hurricanes, fires, diseases, these are all natural events that we can't control. But even though we can't prevent these things from happening, we know we can make a difference in the course of what happens afterwards, at least in the lives of animals that are injured, ill, or displaced from their homes. Hurricanes are powerful storms that wreak havoc in their paths, often destroying homes, businesses, and lives. These storms also destroy animal habitats and occasionally aquariums or zoos in the path of the storm, leaving animals stranded and sometimes injured. And that's when zoos and aquariums can come to the rescue. From doing things like sending veterinarians and supplies to the affected areas, to rescuing displaced or injured animals and providing temporary housing, help takes many forms. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service biologist Nicole Adame knows the agency can always rely on SeaWorld and Busch Gardens for help.
We work with SeaWorld as a partner in our rehabilitation program and our rescue program, and we would call them when there's an injured or distressed animal, and they would go out and assess the situation, determine the best course of action for that animal. So we rely on them to be our eyes and our ears out in the field and to make the best judgment, the best decision for those animals.
Disasters notwithstanding, more often it's a subtle natural event that causes a perplexing problem, as was the case for these endangered brown pelicans. The Salton Sea in Southern California is an important stop for migratory birds on the Pacific Flyway. With only 5% of wetlands remaining in the area, more than 400 species of birds come to the sea and its marshes. However, since 1976, some of the endangered brown pelicans that stop here have contracted avian botulism, a debilitating disease that causes muscle paralysis and, without treatment, certain death. Scientists believe the birds get the botulism from tilapia, one of the fish in the Salton Sea. SeaWorld San Diego is one of several rescue facilities for the sick pelicans. And over the years, a medical protocol has been established for this problem, so veterinarians and aviculturists can quickly begin treatment.
The disease botulism causes muscle paralysis. Not every bird has the same problems. Some are so severely affected they can't hold their head up, they can't blink, they can't even move their wings. What's critical in therapy for botulism is to act very quickly.
Rehabilitation usually takes several weeks, but soon the pelicans are healthy enough to go back to the wild.
Okay, let's do it. Let them go.
Every year, SeaWorld treats an average of 75 endangered brown pelicans that have fallen ill at the Salton Sea. And we'll be ready to help next year, and the year after that, and every year the birds need our help. Unfortunately, natural events will continue to adversely affect wildlife. But with enough people willing to work to repair the damage, injured, ill, or stranded animals will continue to have hope after the disaster strikes. You may be wondering how a simple tool like a computer can actually help save wildlife. Well, a group of students from both the U.S. and Africa definitely showed us how. The bushmeat trade in Africa kills thousands of forest animals every year. To increase awareness of this wildlife crisis, Cameroon's Limbe Wildlife Center used the internet to link students there with students at Busch Gardens Adventure Camp. Through this cyberspace connection, Patrick Waitman and other students learn how worldwide conservation can help.
Killing populations of endangered animals just so that they can survive, because they need to
provide for them. They're themselves not thinking about the big picture, and it's education that can help fix that.
And can communication, education, and conservation really make a difference?
It can, if there's enough involvement, enough enthusiasm from people willing to help, and they're willing to participate. We can maybe help figure out ways to cut back on bushmeat. Just a little bit of ingenuity, a little help from outside sources, just to show them different ways of obtaining food.
Over the past 30 years, SeaWorld and Busch Gardens have rescued more than 14,000 animals, from ill or injured manatees like these guys to a stranded infant gray whale. Every new challenge we face brings opportunities for new research and new knowledge that oftentimes makes the next rescue and rehabilitation easier. One of our partners in our quest for knowledge is the Hub's SeaWorld Research Institute, an internationally renowned facility dedicated to learning about and preserving the world's oceans. Hub's SeaWorld Research Institute has spent decades devoted to research and scientific discovery about the ocean and its inhabitants. Researchers employ many techniques to learn more, but much of their research on animals has been conducted on marine species during their rehabilitation after rescue. And while the information collected has been valuable in understanding more about every species studied, little is known about how, or even if, the time spent in rehabilitative care affects the animals once they are returned to the wild. And that's just what Dr. Brent Stewart, Senior Research Biologist at the Institute, hopes to change with satellite tracking.
The tracking information is really important because it gives us information about what the animals do naturally after they're reacquainted with the marine environment. The first step is how well they do once they're released. Do they survive? How long do they survive? And then where do they go? And how well do they integrate back into the environment that they had been living in?
The insights gained by tracking animals after release may help improve techniques, both in rescue and rehabilitation, so that every animal has an even better chance of survival.
It's encouraging. The animals seem to be able to re-enter the marine environment and do what they should be doing to survive.
From rescue and rehabilitation, to breeding of endangered species, to studying species and habitat, we're committed to making the world a better, safer place for all wildlife. But we can save species, and we can save habitat, and we can make a difference. One animal, one habitat, one day at a time. Whether we're helping wild animals or dogs like Nikki and Nellie, it's certainly worth it. For the future, for the animals, and for the planet. On behalf of SeaWorld and Busch Gardens, thanks for watching this episode of Saving a Species.
Hi, I'm Jenny Bush, Conservation Ambassador for the Anheuser-Busch Adventure Parks. SeaWorld, Busch Gardens, and Discovery Cove are dedicated to the conservation and preservation of wildlife. And we believe the stories like the one you just experienced need to be told.
The animals featured in this program are just a few of the many species that benefit from the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund,
a nonprofit charitable organization dedicated to habitat protection, wildlife research, animal rescue, and conservation education. Your support for the continued viewing of programs like this is appreciated. I encourage you to learn all you can about animals and their environment. Remember, we're all interconnected. What happens to them eventually happens to us. So we need to protect them and their habitats. Together, we can make a difference.
Good evening. Welcome to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting for November 21st, 2022. We do have a quorum, and I call this meeting to order. The first business is I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
I make a motion to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
I second.
I have a motion from Ms. Haas and a second from Ms. Davison. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? All right, we'll jump right into the meeting, and the big thing coming up is the Parade of Lights. Who's talking about this?
That's Kathy.
All right, so Parade of Lights is a week from this Saturday, December 3rd. The Winter Festival will be from 3 to 8, and the parade will start at 5 o'clock at City Hall and funnel into Veterans Park. And we'll have the tree lighting ceremony immediately after the parade.
What time's the parade again?
The parade starts at 5 here at City Hall.
What exactly, Kathy, somebody asked me the other day and I tried to explain it. What exactly is going on from 3 to 5?
From 3 to 5? Well, the Winter Festival's 3 to 8.
Well, I mean,
So-
between 3 o'clock and the time of the parade.
Well, okay, if you're in the parade, then the parade lineup's going to start around 3:30. So if you're in the parade itself, you'll have to come here at City Hall. Next week, you'll be given a spot number and then the setup times. And then once, I believe 4 o'clock is going to be the judging. The winners will get a trophy. The first, second, and third place will get a trophy and a banner for the parade entries.
So for people that's not going to the parade, is there something going on at the park that they can be at while the parade's going on?
Yes, the Winter Festival. So that'll be from 3 to 8. We'll have pictures with Santa. Santa will be down there from 3 to 4. And then Santa will be in the parade, and then we'll have those opportunities again around 6:30 after the parade ends, from 6:30 to 8. But we'll have the snow rink open. We've got craft vendors. We've got some snack vendors. We have carriage rides. We've got 2 carriage rides that are going to come and go along the walking trail up behind Pavilion B. And the tree lighting ceremony and fireworks.
And do we have coffee and hot chocolate?
We have hot chocolate.
Huh?
We have hot chocolate. I've got a few people that signed up for hot chocolate, and then after the parade, the senior center is going to be giving away their cookies and hot chocolate that evening as well.
That's no charge?
The senior center's no charge, but I have some vendors that will be selling while the parade is going on and before the parade. Mhm.
I noticed that Sheila especially, and a lot of others is putting that out on social media, so let's make sure that week of that we all get it out there and share it as much as possible.
And did I hear you right when you were saying for the folks that are in the parade, they show up here?
Correct.
3:30 and 4, and then they get judged before they actually go down the...
Yes, once they're in the lineup, we'll have the judges go through here while they're in the lineup right before the parade starts. That way they can display their banner as they're going through the parade, and then they'll be awarded their trophy at the tree lighting ceremony.
Okay, gotcha.
Any more questions? All right, let's talk about the snow rink.
That's Kathy too. She's gonna get a majority of all of this.
All right, so the snow rink is already in place on the tennis courts. I don't know if y'all have driven by and seen it. It's already put together. We did extend it or expand it by 50% this year. We're having an employee skate night November 30th, and then it's going to be open to the public from December 1st to the 17th, from between Thursday and Sunday each week. We're going to have the first Sunday, December 4th, between 1 and 2, we'll have a special needs skate. And then it will not be open on December 15th. That's the only day during that time frame from Thursday to Sunday it will not be offered.
Can you say those dates again from the...
Well, December 1st through the 17th, Thursday through Sunday during that time period, except for the 15th.
And tell us about the skates and the little snowmen you got to hold on to.
We've got skating aids for the little ones, and we do have several different sizes of skates. Skates are free to the public. You can bring your own skates as long as they're not double-bladed. And we are doing 1 hour increments. So like Thursday's 4 to 8. So you show up, you get to skate from 4 to 5. You show up at 4:30, you'll need to wait till the 5 o'clock skate or elect to skate for 30 minutes. But we rotate every hour on the hour.
And it is first come, first serve.
It is first come, first serve. We're not doing any pre-registration. They'll just have to complete the waiver when they arrive at the park.
And what is the time frame on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday?
Okay, so Thursdays and Fridays are 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday is 12 to 8. Sunday's 1 to 5. And then, like I said, that first Sunday from 1 to 2 is special needs, so it's open to everybody else 2 to 5 that first Sunday.
Somebody from Parks and Rec will be there while it's open in case there's any.
Yeah, we'll always have somebody from our department there, plus.
I'm just trying to think of questions that the public may want to know about it.
Yeah, we're kind of excited about that first Sunday, opening it up to families with special needs. So we're gonna get with the EIO and see if we can kind of make that its own separate thing to try to put a little more focus on that. I think that was an element we missed last year, so we're gonna try to include those families also.
I think that's wonderful.
It's awesome. So last year it would hold about 30, something like that. What would it hold this year?
Yeah, I think it was rated for 45 maybe, or 48, and so we didn't really know what to expect, so we shrunk that number a little bit. But I don't think at any given time, maybe except for the day of the parade, did it get crowded. So with us increasing the size by 50%, I don't think we'll run into any issues this year. We are pushing it out there, though, that, you know, there's no cost to the public to come and skate, but we are encouraging a canned goods or unwrapped toy, unopened, unwrapped toy that we could donate.
Is that every day?
Every day, yes, ma'am.
Just anytime.
And I mean, that's not a requirement to participate, but we encourage that.
Yeah.
You're gonna have them, it's always nice when you got an old person up here, and you're gonna have the heaters out there.
Yes, sir.
Well, I remember last last year was so cold. I was freezing. My granddaughter loved it.
Mine did too.
She didn't even know how to skate, and she was right out there. She used the little helper, but then she got it down pat in like 15 minutes.
That's what Ellie said. This year she won't need the little helper.
I will. Anyway, let's move on to the father-daughter dance.
And I'm going to turn this one over to Kathy, too, in just a second. In the past several years, we've kind of pushed this as winter formal and took the emphasis off the father-daughter dance. So our numbers really started to decline. First several years we had this, first 4 or 5 years we had it, we pushed this father-daughter dance. We don't, we include everyone, so we don't turn anyone away, son, mother, aunt, uncle, whoever comes, boy, girl, it doesn't matter. So the door's open to everybody. But I think once we started taking that emphasis off father-daughter dance, our numbers steadily declined. We outgrew the multipurpose building within 2 years and had to use the gym at the school. So this year, our numbers were so low last year, we are moving it back to the multipurpose building. And if it's okay with this board here, we would kind of like to put the emphasis back on father-daughter dance, make that more prominent, but still call it the winter formal also, so everybody knows on our advertisement, it clearly states that everyone is included.
Do you think it's because of winter formal, the word formal makes people think, well, we don't have a tuxedo, or we don't have that fancy clothes?
They usually dressed up for the father-daughter dance. They were all.
No, I'll tell you what it is, being I'm the elephant in the room. Some people were, I don't know the word I'm looking for.
Not very nice.
They didn't like the father-daughter symbol because they felt like we were leaving out mothers, aunts, uncles, blah, blah, blah. And that's not the purpose of it. Father-daughter dances have been going on for many, many years in cities all over the country. So to pacify some of that worrisome, we changed it, as David said, and it got a little bit confusing. I think that people know that when we have a father-daughter dance, Carol is certainly welcome to bring her grandson.
And granddaughter.
And granddaughter, and vice versa. I could even bring my grandson. It's just it's a vernacular that people were some kind of slur, but I totally agree with David, and I like that we're doing that and putting the emphasis out there that that's not what it is, but to follow a tradition, so to speak, of a father-daughter dance. It's always been like that, you know.
Yeah, and I think in our positions and even the board's position that, we kind of got to walk a fine line there. So kind of what really opened our eyes last year is we were still pushing ours as the winter formal and took the emphasis off the father-daughter, and our numbers were, we might have had 9 people there at the most, where before we were busting at the seams with well over 200 at the multipurpose.
Yeah.
So then you have other communities near us that butt up against us that had the same event and pushed it as a father-daughter dance and sold tickets for $30 a piece, and they sold out. So that started, we started thinking if they sell out ahead of time and we're getting 9 people at our event that used to be one of our most populars, I mean, sometimes we would have fathers show up with limos, with their kids.
Absolutely.
That was neat. That was neat.
So I'll let Kathy take over and kind of give you guys the details and the dates for what we have planned for that.
All right, so this year, or I guess next year, February 4th is the first Saturday in February. It is at the multipurpose building from 2 to 4. The theme we've picked this year is Under the Sea. And
Under the what?
Under the Sea. It's a mermaid theme.
Okay.
Did you see the mermaids at Goblins?
I didn't see them, but I seen the pictures. Those
They
were.
are going to come and do the same setup for picture opportunities and interact with the kids, and they're going to do the face painting at the event for the children as well.
There were more children dressed as mermaids or the Little Mermaid than anything else added together. It tripped me out. The movie's not even out. You know, and it's like, and it was just like, I could not believe. I mean, my granddaughter showed up dressed as
Who were those
Mermaid.
people?
And it was,
Who were those people? I didn't get a chance to see them. All I seen was pictures. Is that something you can talk about or not?
They're mythical. They're mermaids.
They're mermaids.
I could talk about it,
My
but
bad.
honestly, I don't have it in front of me, so I don't recall.
That's fine. I was just,
I did
like I
reach
said,
out.
I didn't get to see them. I just,
Yeah, she lives here in Lake Forest, the one that I was going back and forth with, and I think she said there's like a group of 6 of them that will, they're starting up their own little business and wanting to do the party scene and so forth. So.
Is that the same one that was at the library for,
I don't believe so, because I gave her information to Miss Donna, and I didn't know she had one, and she had said she just had a mermaid there, but she was gonna add her to her contact list.
Because that
I don't
was,
believe so.
that was the summer reading program? Yeah, summer reading program when Miss Donna had.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, they were a big hit at the Goblins event. So we've tailored our new event, our father-daughter dance, to be able to incorporate them. So it'll be nice. All the little kids will have the face paint to go with their outfits and so
That's
forth.
super cute. Do we have a cost for those tickets yet?
Not yet. I think, what have we done in the past, $5? $5 per family is what it's traditionally been.
Okay.
I've done the design, but we've not fine-pointed the detailed information to advertise it yet, so I don't know if that's gonna change or not.
Okay.
Is February 4th a Saturday or?
It is a Saturday. It's the first Saturday in February.
So it could be grandma, granddaughter.
Absolutely. It can be anybody.
We're in there. in
Yep.
that group.
No, and see, that was what one of the things were, and it's just simply not like that. It's basically for anybody. If you've got a child that don't have a mom and dad or aunt and uncle or grandma, man, grab them and bring them and let them stand on your toes and dance around with them. You know, it's about fun. It's not about a name. So.
So when we go to announce this or talk about it, on Facebook, I think we should father-daughter dance, and whoever wants to attend, kind of, it should.
Absolutely.
Everybody's welcome.
Sure. It's for the kids. It's basically
the
bring
kids.
the kids and let the kids have fun. And they also have wonderful snacks.
Oh, yeah.
Got to have snacks.
We'll have snacks, and we have a DJ coming, so it'll be children-themed music as well.
Okay.
And I can't remember, I think in the past, if it was $5 per couple, that covered your whole family.
Correct, $5.
So if you had 3 kids, there was no upcharge after the initial $5.
Yeah,
Do
make
you
it.
have an age limit?
Nope.
No, ma'am.
No age limit, okay. So a 13-year-old would be fine.
Oh,
Absolutely.
Chief Walker used to come with his daughter when she was in college.
Oh,
Yeah,
Nice.
so yeah, there's no age limit.
okay.
All right, let's move on to Martin Luther King.
All right, so it is scheduled for January 16th at 10 o'clock here in the boardroom at City Hall. Sharmil Babalosa is going to be one of our speakers. Theowana Hatchett, she is confirming because of the surgery. So she will confirm with me, and then I've reached out to a third speaker. I've not heard back yet. So that will be here like we have in prior years. The speakers will have refreshments.
What time was that again?
10 a.m.
Is Shamil, has she moved back?
I don't believe so. She did not tell me if she has or not. I've been going back and forth with her in email, so I'm not sure.
For those of you who don't know her, she is fabulous. She's fabulous. I won't go into a lot of detail, but she's fabulous, and if I'm hoping that she will give you some more information about another event. If her and Commissioner Hope Oliver can work it out.
What's her name again?
But her name is Shamil Babalosa. Babalosa. I call her Sharil. All right, Lord have mercy. We're talking about this already, and it,
We're back to that again, wow.
Got to start early.
well, and I think me and David talked about this back a couple months ago when we had it, that it seemed like just yesterday we started talking about it, and boom, it was here. So let's talk a little bit about Old Timers Festival.
Well, we're gonna throw a couple of things out just to get some feedback from you guys. We were kind of on the fence if we wanted to do it tonight, but we're gonna go ahead and rip the Band-Aid off. What's your thoughts on there's several things we'd like to see do. One is kind of rebrand the name, kind of get away from the Old Timers Festival, because I think LaVergne has outgrown that. For people that, I personally don't have an issue with it, and I grew up in this city. So I was on the front end of it, but I just think we have grown past the Old Timers name, and I think it may deter some people from coming out and wanting to participate. Number two is, what y'all's thoughts on moving away from the parade and just focusing on one parade, the Christmas parade, or do we want to keep the Old Timers Day Parade?
Wow, that's some tough questions. I guess my first question would be is what name are you thinking about?
We don't know. That would be, this board, we would have to come together with some ideas. I don't know, we've kicked around maybe LaVergne Fall Festival or, we don't know. We're not 100% sure that the name is not the branding now is not a deterrent.
We could actually create a poll and get the public involved, since they're the ones that come and participate.
Yeah.
Well, as sitting on the board and you guys being citizens of LaVergne, what are your thoughts on Old Timers Day? Are we proposing something that we shouldn't be, or?
No, I think you're onto something there. Yeah, because if you were new here and you're like, old timers, you're gonna think old timey music, you're gonna think antiques, you're gonna think flea market.
Well, and you've got the traditional people that, like my parents' generation, not so much mine, but theirs. There's not a whole lot of them around anymore, and when they think of old timers, or they come to that day, they want to take it back to what it was in the late 70s, early 80s, and we just can't do that. So much has changed. We can't get those elements to come, and there's not a whole lot of those elements around. You've got Uncle Dave Making Days that ties up a bunch of stuff in Murfreesboro, and then you've got, Mule Days, and then you've got Pioneer Days, I think, in Chapel Hill.
Well, we've kind of, even in the festival itself every year, we've kind of gotten away from that. We're bringing in like the axe throwing, we're throwing in animals and more things for families. And it's that, when I first moved here and went, there was more of the old timers. It was very small. It was very flea market feel. And then there was a whole section over on the side with pictures where they were more celebrating the history of LaVergne. And there's a time and a place for that. But this has become more of a festival for families. And it's been going in a different direction for years. And I honestly think that's a great idea on rebranding the name on it and be able to pull in more people from even further out and take that out of the back of their brain that it's
Well, if we go ahead and start do a thing to change the name, like have a a poll or whatever, it'll start building momentum for it. Because I was talking to somebody the other day, and I didn't even call it the Old Timers Festival. I was just like, the Founders Festival. And that's just what and didn't even think about it. And when y'all were talking about it, it popped back in my head.
I like the LaVergne City Festival. I think and I think our name should be in there for the city, and just a festival.
I kind of agree with what Laura's saying about, and David, with the new, you've got people that see it as an old timers festival, and it kind of detours them away. But at the same time, you got the old people that say, why are they changing it? But unfortunately, there is more younger people. I think it's a.
More families are gonna come
More
out.
families. Now, to mix in the parade, that really brings up a good thing, because, you know, I'm up in front. So when I get back, you know, I'm there, and by the time the whole parade comes through, a lot of people
Have left.
are ready to go home.
Well, and it's definitely something to think about. I mean, everybody loves a good parade. I think what we have too, you know, pretty much, I don't say back to back, but they're within three months of each other, 4 months of each other.
It's a lot.
It is a lot. It's a lot on emergency services, the PD, you know, it's a lot on them. They have to fully staff it, so they are finally fully staffed, but the guys that work on the night shift, they have no choice but to stay over during the day until the parade's done. I mean, it's something to think about. I know the PD and the fire department would not oppose getting rid of it. I don't know how much pushback we would get from that.
Well, think about it. We have old timers, 5K, and then the Christmas parade. It's all slammed in there together. And as someone with Carol that has worked these, it's difficult. It's
Well,
difficult.
and it's gotten to be the last several years, the end of the parade, you're looking at 200 to 250 horses.
I was about to
Which
say
we
that.
enjoy the horses to come, but if we, you know, we don't have that issue in the Christmas parade because they don't participate. We enjoy those, that's a big draw, but if we want to move forward and we still want to have a parade at OTF, then we're going to have to limit the number of participants of
Yeah.
horses. We're gonna-
But also, like Steve said, as someone who's out there working it, you get those big gaps, and then people are walking away not realizing that it's over, and then they're going home. Whereas we could put more effort into pulling them to the park without that parade, and focus more on the advertising aspect of it and all the fun stuff. And so you've got the little kids, and they come out there, and they're excited for the parade, and then they're tired, and they want to go home. Whereas, let's go straight up here and just do this. And then, you know, you've got your traffic up here, people coming in and participating, and that is in itself just a whole mess, trying to get through the parade traffic, to get up there, and people just don't want to, they just don't want to wait. They don't want to do that.
Yeah.
So I think we should focus absolutely more on the festival and save the parade for the Christmas, because that is the best part. It's lit up, it's at night. We're one of the very few that do them at night. Can't really think of too many places around here. They all do them in the mornings, Nashville, Smyrna, Murfreesboro. And I think we could put more effort into getting more people involved if that's the only one we have.
Well,
I think also too, if you've, the parade and the Old Timers Day, Festival, whatever you want to call it, if you have bad inclement weather, then you've got two different almost entities to deal with to try and maneuver out. I think it's a good idea, David, and I know some little kids like the parade, and I know some parents that do, but I also know people that want to come to the park, bring their families, you know, that sort of stuff. So
I think it would encourage more. I almost feel like it keeps people away. If parade's not your thing, but you want to go to that, well, we got to wait till that's over and all the traffic and oh, they've got to move the lanes back. It does kind of, I would think, hinder you wanting to come out and participate.
Well, you know, we're not having a December meeting anyway, so our next meeting will be January. We're still going to have this on there, so that may give you guys a little bit of time to get out in the community and talk to people and mention it. You know, do you participate in OTF? If you do you really want to continue to see the parade? And see what kind of feedback you get. I know as far as city staff goes, I kind of know where we sit on it. Every department that was involved, we generally have a follow-up after that, just to discuss what we did right and what we did wrong. And that was one of the topics that came up. And majority of the people were, you know, were on board with, if we did away with it, they wouldn't have an issue with it. So it's something, we wanted to throw that out there, so we have time to know what to do next year.
Well, and let's look at it this way. Some of the groups that have to be involved with the traffic and the parade would have the ability to be a bigger part of the festival if they weren't tied up there. Like, we have to get the kids that help with the parking. Maybe they would like to have a booth. Maybe they would like to do something up there. But by the time they finish all of that, well, no. So that might actually help us get a bigger festival and way more people involved if you're not tied up in so many different things.
And you know what, this year I think we had how many school bands did we have in it?
In the old timers, we had one in old timers.
So if we did that, if we get away from the parade, but we still invited several schools out, maybe we could kind of have like a little battle of the bands at the park. Because time them kids walk a mile and a half,
You're right.
they're wore out.
And they're not gonna participate in the festival either, even as far as walking around and looking at everything because they're exhausted.
So let me back up here a little bit, because it's not on here, just, and I may be putting the buggy before the horse here. What are you guys planning for the carnival thing?
He told me he was gonna get with me before the end of the year. He's wanting to come in May versus at the end of his tour because it was so hot when he came here last time. So I don't know when in May. He goes to Minnesota in May, so he would want to hit our area before he went to Minnesota, but I don't have definite dates because he's not gotten.
So you don't think getting the carnival like a little bit before Old Timers is a good idea?
I mean, I could try. We really liked this carnival that we had this last time, but to get him here during that time frame would not work because of his schedule.
And it kind of took away from the festival too.
And he has certain states that he goes to. So if he were to come here before he goes to Minnesota, it would have to be in May.
Which might be good for an end-of-school bash for the kids.
And that's what we were thinking. It's not as hot. Hopefully it would be before they got out of school, right before, so they weren't already on vacation. But yeah, it would either be middle of May or it's going to be the end of September again, which was after OTF this last time. So.
No, I thought it was before OTF.
Was it before OTF?
It was before OTF. It was the end of August.
Oh, it was end of August. I apologize. I was getting it in.
A couple of weeks before.
Yeah, I think it was the weekend before Labor Day.
Okay. We could try. I know the heat was a big thing with him, though.
Yes, it was very hot.
But you are correct, because there were 3 areas in Tennessee he did, and we're the first one he went to. So we could try to maybe, readjust that with him. But the heat, I don't know. It was his request to come before.
Tennessee weather, you can't be trying to,
Just the logistics of getting a carnival in the front parking lot and then trying to use your back parking lot for food vendors or whatever, then we're basically out of space, because we have nowhere to park cars. And heaven forbid, if we get a rain and that front field gets damp, then even if you do have a carnival, and you can use the back parking lot, and you don't have where to park cars.
I totally agree.
Yeah, so, I mean, we'll check all options.
Yeah, I don't want it with our festival at all because it took away, and because most of those carnivals put those stipulations that you can't have this or this because we have it, and it takes away from some of our local vendors.
And some of our vendors did also voice that they would not come if we had the carnival because the parents spend the money on the carnival and then they're not selling anything.
Well, I wasn't.
Food vendors, but the craft.
I was in no way going down that road.
Right.
That's not what I was saying. I'm just saying if it kind of, the way it worked out this past year was it kind of coincided with OTF, and it looked like it was a fun couple of weeks of festivities, but if you can't get him, then you can't get him. Getting back to polls, and I put something like this out, was if you want to be in a business to where you make everybody happy, do not get into politics. As the vice mayor and sitting on that board and listening to the do's and don'ts of people, you're gonna get blasted on polls. Sometimes as leaders, we have to make decisions. Because that's just the way it is. You're gonna win some, you're gonna lose some. So I think we need to talk a little bit more about it, January. Get some of our ideas together, and if you wanna talk to people and get polls and stuff, but just know that you talk to, this person and that person, and they're like on different spectrums of ideas. Good luck to you.
We could make it a contest.
That's what I was thinking.
Well, and I don't know really how truthful polls are. If you put out, do you want to see the parade continue? You're going to have people that don't come to the parade that are going to be like, yeah, I love a good parade. Why would they get rid of the parade? And they're going to say, yeah.
And then they don't come.
Yeah.
No, for me, the polls was more of if we can come up with some names for the festival and then let people choose. But I also kind of want to see it as maybe like a contest too, just to get the public involved in renaming it. We're changing history here and getting away from that. And I want absolutely for the public to feel involved, that we do this for you.
I think the parade should be our decision, like y'all's, us, the cities, just like if it makes sense to do it, great, let's keep doing it. If it doesn't, then we just stop it.
Yeah, the manpower and the overtime alone are a lot.
It's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money, and we just had that parade, and now we're doing the Christmas one.
Yeah. And you have
Last
to
thing,
The 5K, yeah.
we're going to throw at y'all on the Old Timers Day is, we don't know how to move forward with the music. We don't know. We're throwing a lot of money at music acts, and we're not getting a return on the investment. We don't know how to win there. That's what we struggled with. That's what we've struggled with the whole time we've been putting this on, since this staff has been on board. How do we win on the entertainment side? Or do we just start scaling back and use that money somewhere else? You got $20,000 tied up in a couple of music acts because you got to get the stage trailer, the audio, 2 music acts, their catering, and you're getting 50 people at the most to show up to an event. When do you finally say something's not working? The most people we have had was last year at the Resurrection concert. We probably had 200. I would say this year I had a clicker and I was counting. I don't remember which night I was counting, Friday or Saturday, but I counted at the end of the night. I had 180 on the clicker, and that was generous. If somebody drove by and looked at me, I counted them. Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say, I thought after we just did it, we talked about scaling back how many acts we were gonna have. Not have an all-day thing, just a shorter time period.
Yeah, we don't really know what the answer is. That's kind of why we're bringing it to you guys too. We don't know
Well, so
how to fix it.
on Saturday, if you're out there all day at this festival and with your family and enjoying, it's hard to get people to come back, and they're not gonna stay the whole time. Most people aren't. So if we were going to do a big entertainer Friday night to kick it off, and then Saturday, maybe we just, like you said, have a local battle of the bands, that type thing. And so if you're just gonna do like music, Friday night, y'all come out, we're excited for tomorrow, and then Saturday, get the local bands, or if there's even some local garage bands, and do a battle of the bands.
We could do that, or, most people are just listening to the music. We could just have a DJ out there, and I'm sure that would save the city a lot of money.
Well, we've thought about that too, believe it or not.
Yeah.
We've thought about on Friday, the biggest crowd we had on a Friday night was probably 4 years ago when we showed a movie to kick it off. We had a movie on the football field. Football field was packed.
That's
what I was gonna recommend, is because whenever we've had movie nights, the football field is packed. So kick it off with a movie night.
And it was here, and we're not, I mean, we have the screen. The only thing we would be out would be the licensing fee on the movie that we would show.
Do we have something besides inflatables?
Working on it.
Okay. Because I know that's just been a big hindrance. Like we get it planned
Yeah.
and then the
We're
wind's
working on, we're working on fabricating something at this point off the football press box that's big enough that will come off, that'll be wide enough to hold the screen on like a cable and pulley type system that we can raise it up to the top of the press box. That way the wind's not gonna blow us out again.
Right.
So, I don't know, it's just an idea. We had good luck with the movie that night.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
And then if we're gonna put money out and we don't want to keep bringing the same bands back, because we're all fighting for the same, then I kind of like the battle of the bands. We can do like the garage bands, we can do the high school bands, things of that nature. If we're gonna spend money, give them a gift card. Here's a $100 gift card, as opposed to $20,000 on entertainment that nobody's listening to.
Right.
Give back to the community and let the winner have a $100 gift card.
If we're doing a whole name change and a rebrand, we don't need to stick with the same old, like Fleetwood Mac, what are they, 80s, 70s, 80s? We like start doing something a little more newer, younger,
Right.
rather than just we're all.
But we're really involving the public too.
Yeah, but we're doing other things that other kids,
Because if they're coming, so are their relatives.
Right.
But if we open it up to like high school bands, like the marching bands or whatever, and just have them perform, we're not going to pay them, right?
Or gift card, like.
Yeah, they
What-
may, I don't know how we would do that, if they would just get a trophy maybe for the winner.
Well, I was going to say we could just make a donation to their program, because if you give every kid, some bands are large, and that could be more money than actually hiring a band. But if you made a donation to their band program, that would go a longer way for them, because my oldest son was in band. There was car washes and, all that stuff they have to do to pay for that, and that might be a way to attract more people to it.
Well, and you've got to realize the entertainment is half of our budget for Old Timers Day.
Right. Well, let's take it back and put it somewhere else.
Well,
Especially
this,
during the day, nobody shows up.
it's kind of funny you mentioned that, because we've kind of talked amongst ourselves and with some of the city staff about pulling that money out of there and reallocating it to maybe a different night where we kind of have like a faith night or a family night. I don't know what kind of pushback we get from the public on that, but it has been huge in Murfreesboro. They've shut the square down several times. And we can do that. I think that would go over huge. Partner with a local church for a cause, Feed the Hunger or something, and get some artists in here.
Yeah. We can do it. If it doesn't work, then we just don't do it again.
Well, I think if you get, there's a lot of Christian radio artists that are pretty mainstream anymore that live around in this area. So I think if we partner with the church that had that avenue, that's something we could look at, putting some of those funds towards in the future.
Yeah. Oh, that sounds great.
I think we get more return on our money than spending that kind of money and watching 30 people enjoy music.
Right.
Sounds like you need to get it back on the agenda, Miss Sheila. Poster. So I guess we could have very long conversations about this. I think it's going to be something that you guys are going to have to talk about, come up with some strategic ideas, and we can talk to people. I wouldn't put anything out there just yet, and just kind of talk about it and come back with a fresh start on the new year and get it going. Our next meeting won't be until next year, January 23rd, 2023. Between now and then, we'll hope we get those 77 inches of snow like they did in New York.
Buffalo, New York.
Miss Jody, we'll start out with you. You got any concerns, comments?
No, I think we have a lot of food for thought here, that's for sure, a lot of things to think about.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I wasn't even expecting to have this much to think about, like new names, new bands, new ideas, new.
Hey, this bunch over here keeps us busy.
Yeah, it's good, I like that. Yeah, I wasn't sure what to expect today. This is good.
Mr. Chuck?
I think I'm good.
All right. Commissioner Davidson?
Well, I'm excited. I am ready for the skating rink, and I'm ready for the Christmas parade, and I look forward to seeing all of y'all there.
Vice Chair Hawes?
I'm excited with what's coming down the road with the holiday, and happy Thanksgiving. Everybody be safe on your travels. And I don't know if Vice Mayor No's going to mention or not, but this is my last meeting.
Oh, I'm definitely going to miss.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't want to steal his thunder, so anyway, I will continue to attend meetings or view the meetings on the YouTube. I will continue to be here. I'm kind of like one of those bad pennies. You can't get rid of me, or a rotten apple. You can't get rid of me because I will be there. So everybody be safe. Happy Thanksgiving. And we'll see y'all in December.
If y'all get a chance, go by the skate park and check out the new LED lights. I went by there today, and the LED lights are going up. Of course, they're going up all over the city, so that's going to be great. But as Ms. Haas said, congratulations.
Thank you.
And this is your last meeting.
Yes, it is.
The next meeting you'll be sitting up here with the mayor, the rest of the aldermen.
December 1st.
And we wish you the best of luck in your venues, and thank you so much for being a part of this board. And I know you well enough to know that you're going to be at the events. We're not going to be able to get rid of you.
Nope.
I wish we had more like you in this city, but we've enjoyed you on this board. But unfortunately, you can't be here with me.
I know. I tried.
So you're more than welcome to come to the meetings. They're open to the public.
I will.
And as you said, watch them on YouTube. And
She's gonna leave some big shoes to fill. Whoever gets
Yep.
that seat's
I
gonna
was
have to
gonna say, do
step
we
it on
have,
up.
Like is there a vote out or
Nope.
anything for people to, somebody to?
Well, they can apply online.
Yeah.
The applications.
Time of the year? It doesn't have to be a certain time?
No, they have to apply contact Bruce, again, application, you fill it out, and then
her seat,
brought up.
is now, I guess,
After this
Not
meeting,
a-
it becomes vacant.
Yeah.
comes vacant. So anyway, all right, guys, we'll be seeing you all around for the holidays, the parade, all that good stuff. David, Kathy, Sheila, great job as always, and we will see you guys next year in this setting. I call this meeting adjourned.
Your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency has over 600,000 acres of public hunting lands available to sportsmen. To find out where those areas are in your neck of the woods, pick up a copy of the latest hunting guide or log on to tnwildlife.org. This week on Tennessee Outdoor Journal, we'll start off with turkey research, sampling station locations.
Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency was on hand to do weights and measurements for the competition.
Next up, Archery 101, arrows.
Help your broadhead cut better if you hit bone or backside shoulder, something like that.
And we'll finish off with a drop the tailgate, food plots, and seeding rates.
Acre, you should sow approximately 24 pounds of seed from this bag.
Tennessee Outdoor Journal is opening the cover and inviting you in for some outdoor tips, tricks, and behind-the-scenes look at the work being done by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency. Let's turn the page. What kind of legacy will we leave when our days upon this earth are gone? Tell me who will carry on this work that we've begun, care enough to be the keeper of the dream. Thanks for joining us on this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal.
The 2021 Tennessee Governor's One-Shot Turkey Hunt was a huge success. Despite wind and rain, hunters and guides harvested over 60 birds.
Beard is 6 5/8.
The Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency was on hand to do weights and measurements for the competition, but also collect samples from hunter-harvested birds.
We are in cooperation with UT to do turkey research on the turkey population and disease potential in the population. About 6 years ago, we did this same type of thing where we collected samples from the turkey and we sent them off to UT. They looked at them, and so now they want to just go ahead 6 years later and look at the birds and see if they've been exposed to other diseases or parasites, or if the loads of the disease has changed. So we've been working real hard on our end and UT's end and trying to figure out why we are having this perceived decline in turkey populations, because we want to know as much as anybody what's happening.
This weekend, April 17th, marks the opening of turkey season in Lincoln, Giles, Lawrence, and Wayne counties. And the TWRA will be on site. Sampling stations will be set up in multiple areas.
So as a hunter, if you want to participate in this project, you can bring your hunter-harvested birds to one of these locations, and we'll give you back your fan, your beard, your spurs. We'll even breast the bird for you and give that all back to you, and we'll keep the carcass so that we can take tissue samples to send off to UT and see what we can find. When we're collecting tissue samples, we're taking pieces of the internal organs, such as the lung, the kidneys, part of the heart. We're looking at the digestive tract. So we're looking at those places where disease might present itself. We may not know or find a smoking gun per se that says this is why our bird populations have gone down, but it'll help give us a better picture about management. And maybe along the way we will see something that could point us in a direction that we could focus on and help out.
Hey guys, Michael Parsley here with the TWRA. Once again, we're at Archery Den, and we're going to teach y'all and tell y'all about how to pick an arrow and what grain and all of that. And I'm here with Matt Eddy, and he's going to help us find that out. Matt, take it away.
So choosing the arrow is almost as important as choosing the bow. There's times when you can choose the wrong arrow depending on the game that you're hunting. And say, if you're too underspined, you may break an arrow on impact and not get the penetration that you're looking for. The arrow directly, the spine, directly correlates into what poundage and what draw length you're shooting. So for instance, somebody shooting a 50-pound bow with a 27-inch draw length, they may need a 400 spine. That means the arrow has a little more flex, and the poundage is going to make that arrow fly straighter, whereas a 400 spine on a 70-pound bow is going to flex a lot. The arrow is not going to recover in time, and you're going to have some erratic groups. A 70-pound bow with a normal 29-inch draw length is going to need a stiffer arrow, like a 340 or even a 300 in certain instances. The stiffer the spine arrow, the heavier the arrow weighs. So for hunting and penetration, kinetic energy wise, what you're looking for is you're going to want an arrow that is 400 grains plus, in my opinion. And what that does, it helps your momentum going forward once you make contact with the animal. And it's also going to help your broadhead cut better if you hit bone or backside shoulder, something like that. It's going to keep the arrow from breaking as much. So there's many different things you can do to increase the weight of your arrow. You can add a luminoc, a lighted knock, for example, to your arrow. That's going to help you see that arrow in flight. You can also weight down, choose different weight heads, 100 grain field points, 125 grain field points. You can even do weighted inserts to increase your FOC. What that's doing is that's helping to stabilize the arrow a little bit quicker.
You said FOC. What does FOC mean?
Front of center. Increasing your front of center is going to help stabilize that arrow. It adds more weight to the front of the shaft, and it's going to get you a little bit more penetration and momentum to keep that arrow driving forward as you shoot. So most arrows are fletched with one odd color vein and two veins of the same color. We call this vein the cock vein. These are the hen veins. The reason they're fletched like that is so you can acquire which one is the cock vein quickly. In most arrow rests, you are going to put the cock vein up through the rest. Some guys like to fletch them all one color. Everything in archery is a fashion show. So we want to ensure that we can acquire which one is the cock vein and do it quickly in case we need a second shot or something like that. And that also, what that does, the reason we need the cock vein up in most rests is that gives us the clearance. You see here in the whisker biscuit, the veins, we want the veins touching all brown bristles, and we want them in the same density of bristles. So that is the purpose of having an odd colored vein, your cock vein, and having two of another color is just to acquire that cock vein quickly.
Okay. Now, is that everything we need to know about picking out a correct arrow for your bow?
That is it, and come into us and let us help determine the spine. We don't want anybody shooting the wrong spine and not getting the performance out of their bow that they may get otherwise.
Okay. We're standing here in front of a lot of a great selection of arrowheads or broadheads that people could shoot out of their compound bow. How does the weight of the broadhead factor into what you're shooting?
So what you're shooting, what you're practicing with your field tips, you want to shoot the same grain broadhead. That weight out here on the end, like I said, more weight on the end increases your front of center, your FOC. It's going to get you a little more kinetic energy and momentum. You want to stick with the same grain for hunting, though. We practice all year long. We get our bow sighted in with a 100 grain field tip, and then you put a 125 grain broadhead on. We're not sighted in anymore. Broadheads are not cheap, and they're typically not reusable, so you're going to have to buy new broadheads if you're going to go practice with your broadheads. There's a couple of different kinds of broadheads out there. One being expandable, two being a fixed blade broadhead. Differences in expandables is vast. Fixed blade broadheads are just that. They're fixed. They never change.
So these mechanical heads, they open on impact and make a wider cutting area, correct?
Most open on impact, like these Rage hypodermic no collars, they open on impact on the outside. You get a big entrance hole and you get a big exit hole. There's other expandables, such as the Swacker here, that doesn't open until it goes into the deer. You might get a small entrance hole, but the exit wound is going to be your large hole. By getting a smaller entrance wound, it helps that arrow get the complete pass through, and keep its forward momentum, ensuring that you get that exit hole.
Okay, and that's what you want. You want a complete pass-through.
Complete pass-through. I don't want an arrow sticking out of a deer that's going to hinder my blood trail. I want to recover that deer quick, and I don't like getting on my hands and knees and looking for blood.
Right. And these fixed blades, they are what they are, fixed, right? They don't move. They're not like these expandables.
Absolutely. Fixed blades, you got what you got. They're typically a smaller cutting diameter, but they're tried and true. For example, when shooting a crossbow, some of these crossbows are so fast that an expandable may open when you shoot it, or it may not open because the crossbow is too fast. That's why we recommend a fixed blade broadhead for crossbows, fixed blade broadhead for kids, because it doesn't take as much kinetic energy to get that broadhead moving forward on impact of a deer. Another thing about fixed broadhead versus expandable is if you're planning on going on an elk hunt, say this season, or you're lucky enough to get drawn on the Tennessee elk hunt, or you're going out west, we prefer a fixed blade broadhead over an expandable for elk. The reason being, an elk's rib is generally almost the size of a white-tailed deer's shoulder. It's hard enough to get penetration when you hit shoulder on a white-tailed deer. It's hard to get good penetration. You're almost never going to get a pass-through on an elk. So cutting a 2-inch hole in an elk rib, or cutting 2 to 3 ribs, is not practical for getting penetration. A good, sharp, fixed blade broadhead that doesn't have to move is going to get you better penetration and make sure that you get that double lung shot and put that elk down as quick as possible.
Well, there you have it, guys. Come on out to the archery den. Let them help you pick out the correct arrow and the correct broadhead for your bow.
Hey, I'm Jamie Fedderson. I'm TWRA's Migratory Game Bird Program Leader. Did you know that our biologists and technicians spend time every summer banding Canada geese, wood ducks, and mourning doves? Each year, we put on about 2,000 bands on resident Canada geese, and we put about 800 on wood ducks, and about 500 or 600 on mourning doves. And the information we get from these bands is helpful information for us to use to keep track of where these birds are moving. It gives us information about harvest, and it fits into some of the information we need to set season dates and bag limits for these birds. So if you ever harvest a bird that's got one of these bands on it, please report that band. There's information on the band about where to go and what to submit. And all that information is really important for us to make good decisions managing Tennessee's wildlife.
Thanks for joining us on another episode of Drop the Tailgate. I'm Barry Cross, the Region 2 Communications and Education Coordinator. And today I've got Clint Borum, the private lands biologist from Middle Tennessee with me, and he's going to talk to us a little bit about food plots and what we may be doing wrong on our food plots, and we don't even know we're doing it wrong. He's going to give us some tips on how to maximize the benefits from those food plots. And Clint, thanks for joining me today. And what are we doing wrong?
Yeah, Barry, it's a big subject, you know what I mean? Food plots are the buzzword with everybody, and it's that time of year. You know, we're in September now. It's time to be planting fall food plots, and so I'm getting a lot of questions about it. So it's great timing that we put this together, this Drop the Tailgate together. But I wanted to get out there several common mistakes that are made when planting food plots. Of course, one of the first ones that I see a lot is, where do you get your recommendations from?
Now, I always get them off the back of the bag. Whatever that bag says, I just throw it out there and hope for the best.
Well, with so much TV and so much internet and different things out there, a lot of people are putting out food plot recommendations. A couple of things that you need to take into account are the fact that
people may be recommending food plot mixtures for areas that are not the southeast, all right?
Yeah.
Some of these areas may be up in Wisconsin or Minnesota.
Kansas, Iowa.
Kansas, Iowa. And by the way, the climates there are a lot different than they are down here, okay? They're going to get a lot harsher winter, a lot shorter growing season, maybe less rainfall, and you have to take all those things into account with the species that you're planting into your food plot. So a big mistake is where people get their recommendations. And one of my solutions to that is I really am an ambassador for your local extension office, all right? Your ag extension office. And in Tennessee, the University of Tennessee has an outstanding extension program, much less they have a phenomenal wildlife extension program at UT. And so they put out a ton of publications on food plots or wildlife management in general, but even better, a lot of publications on food plots specifically that are more tailored to the southeast or even the state of Tennessee. So that's the first place. If I'm looking for a recommendation on a food plot and what to plant in this part of the world, that's where I'm going to go.
So you really need to take in consideration what our growing season is, I guess, and that kind of thing, and how much rainfall we actually get in this area.
Yeah, it's critical when you look at the type of species that you're going to put into your planting mixture, okay? Most people don't know this, but we get 60 plus inches of rainfall a year in Tennessee. We're about 10 inches of rainfall away from being considered a temperate rainforest, okay?
Wow.
And our growing season pretty much runs from March all the way through the end of September. So that's a long growing season with a lot of rainfall.
So when you look at somebody's property, do you recommend a lot of food plots? Is that how you go about this? Or?
No, not necessarily. Really, the first step when I go out and meet with a landowner is we're going to zoom out. We call it the zoom out approach. And we're going to look at that property from the 30,000 foot view. It's basically going to be a 5-mile circle, and I'm going to assess what's missing, what's not here on this property that needs to be here to make game want to be here. And a lot of times in Middle Tennessee, which is the 26 counties that I work, you see 2 or 3 main components. One is fescue or cool season grass, pasture or hay ground. You see crop ground, and you see woodlands. The one component that's typically missing is early successional cover. And so that's what we're going to focus on first. But when you implement those areas of early succession, you can supplement those with a good food plot program.
And when you're talking early successional, that means like maybe cutting back some of the forest and letting it grow up. Is that what you're talking about?
It could be part of it, but a lot of it is just taking the current openings that you have and managing them for the correct species of natural regeneration. Getting rid of these cool season grasses and allowing things like ragweed, pokeweed, beggar's lice, prickly lettuce, blackberry.
All that nasty stuff.
All those weeds everybody talks about. But in reality, what's critical is those weeds, Barry, run anywhere from 15 to 20% protein for a white-tailed deer, and they exist on the landscape from basically March all the way through the end of September. You can't buy a bag of deer feed at Co-op that has that much protein in it.
And that's one thing somebody told me one time, you know, I'm more concerned about oak trees and acorns. Well, that doesn't last like this early successional habitat does it? I mean, the acorns are only there for a little while.
Very short amount of time. Number one, oaks are cyclic. And there's no biologist on the planet that knows the cycle of an oak, okay? It could be once every 2 years, it could be once every 5 years, and believe it or not, a majority of oak trees in the wild don't ever produce acorns. So let's say that it does produce acorns. That food source is only viable for about a month to a month and a half out of the year, and when it gets rained on the ground and begins to swell, it becomes a non-viable food source for deer specifically.
Yeah.
So it's a very short availability of food, and it's limited.
So how do we supplement? What are we messing up whenever we're going to plant our food plots? How do we fix our problem?
Well, we could spend a full 3-hour episode just talking about food plots today, but I'll hit some high notes and show some common mistakes that are made. Again, one, where do I get my recommended mixtures for planting? In Tennessee, I would highly recommend going through the University of Tennessee Ag Extension Program or Wildlife Extension. There are a ton of publications on food plots and food plot management that the Wildlife Extension puts out through UT. You can get good recommendations on seeding mixtures. The second thing we're going to look at is, we're not really supplementing the diet of a white-tailed deer because 75% of their diet is browse, okay? But we're looking to hold those deer over during those critical months, basically December, January, and February, okay? You can we can talk today about warm season plantings versus cool season plantings. We can talk about annual food plots versus perennial food plots, but I'm not really going to get that deep into it today. But all those things need to be taken into account.
That's where you go talk to your private land biologist and get more information. But what are we talking about today?
Well, today I want to talk about the second common mistake that I see on food plot planting, and that is not getting the correct seeding rate on your plot. A lot of people tend to unknowingly underplant their food plots.
And then they wonder why it looks so patchy.
Yeah, a lot of times it can cause patchiness or unevenness or not a good stand per se on your food plot. So what most people don't understand is you buy this bag of seed and you expect everything in that bag to be seed.
Well, yeah.
Well, it's not.
Why?
Okay?
It's not?
There's so much inert material within that bag that you may have to alter your planting rate to reach the correct pounds per acre that you need to be planting. And I'll go through an example here if you want me to.
Yeah. Show us what we need to know.
Yeah, so I've basically drawn out what a seed tag on a bag would look like, okay? And here's a bag of wheat, here's the seed tag on it. There's a lot of information on that tag, okay? So we did an example of, say, crimson clover. Let's say you're gonna plant a clover food plot and you're gonna put crimson clover in it, okay? All this information is on this seed tag. Okay. But in reality, there's a couple of things that are really important to me as a planter. One of those is the amount of pure seed that's in that bag, which is listed here, and the germination rate of the seed that's in that bag, okay? With those two numbers, I can determine what the pure live seed amount is in that bag. And when you get planting recommendations, they are in the form of pure live seed. So if I say, Barry, you need to plant 10 pounds per acre of pure live seed of crimson clover, that is different than 10 pounds per acre of clover, okay? So when you take the pure seed, which is 99.7%, converted over to a decimal, and you multiply it by the germination rate, which was 85% according to our tag, you get 0.847, or when you convert that back over to a percentage, 84% PLS, or pure live seed, in that bag, which means there's almost 16% of inert material in that bag, okay?
Yeah.
So if we know our desired planting rate, which on crimson clover, we're gonna recommend 20 pounds per acre in this particular plot.
Yeah.
That's what we wanna sow in the ground. We divide that by our PLS, and that will give us the actual rate of seed in this bag that we need to plant to reach 20 pounds per acre. So in order to plant 20 pounds of this crimson clover per acre, you should sow approximately 24 pounds of seed from this bag. So you were shorting yourself 4 pounds per acre of actual live seed if you just weighed out 20 pounds and put it out on that acre.
And that's a lot of seed.
That's a lot of seed, especially if you get seed tags that have germination rates in the 60%.
Oh yeah.
You're gonna have to plant almost 50% higher rate to put out the actual amount of seed that you want on that plot. And I actually had that problem this fall with some of my clover plots. Some of the clover germination was running at 68, 65%. So I had to bump my rate up
Almost
from
twice, yeah.
10 pounds to nearly 16 or 17 pounds per acre to get the correct amount of seed in the ground that I wanted. These seeds, specifically clover seed, they come with all this coating on them.
Yeah.
A big coating, it's inoculate a lot of times, and it makes up a lot of weight in that bag. So the actual amount of seed is lower than what you think it is in that bag. So calculating these numbers and determining the actual rate that you need to plant can make a huge difference on the success of your food plot.
Man, that is great information. And this is the kind of thing that if you have questions about what you're doing on your property, you can contact Clint or another private land biologist in the region to find out how to maximize what you're getting. Because you're putting in the work, you ought to get everything out of it that you can. Great information. If somebody wants to get in touch with you or find out more information, where should they go?
Yeah, don't let me mess this up, Barry. It's www.tnwildlife-habitat.com.
All right, there you go. Rewind it and listen to it again. Clint, I appreciate you coming out. I hope we can do some more of these, because this is the kind of information that people who are working their own land are looking for. And I think this is beneficial to those that are the folks that really want to get into hunting, or maybe you're already into hunting and you're not seeing what you want to see. This guy right here can help you out on your property and maximize whatever benefit you're going to get out of it.
Yeah, and the reality of it is, a lot of us just don't have a ton of time. We want to make sure we get it right the first time.
That's right.
I don't want to have to come back and redo something I've already done because my time is limited. So taking into account these sorts of things will help you ensure better success the first time. Awesome.
Hi, I'm Brad Miller, Elk Program Leader for TWRA. Did you know we have elk hunting opportunities here in Tennessee? We started our elk hunt program in 2009 with just 5 permits, but we're now up to 15 permits, opportunities to hunt with archery equipment, rifles, youth hunts. We also have an elk raffle tag. It's a great opportunity to hunt our very best zone, and you get extra gear with that tag as well. So for more information about hunting elk in Tennessee, go to tnwildlife.org.
Thanks for joining us on this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal. We'll see you next time. Tennessee Outdoor Journal is produced by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency.
Tell me who will carry on.
Hi, I'm Tracy Lawrence, just letting you know that the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency supports itself and manages all of the state's wildlife with the dollars invested by hunters and fishermen when they buy licenses. If you've never bought a license, but appreciate the abundant wildlife we enjoy in this state, I encourage you to do it. Start with the Type 01. It's a great investment in Tennessee wildlife. Learn more at tnwildlife.org.
Buy your license today at GoOutdoorsTennessee.com.
Good evening and welcome to the Citizens Forum. It is December 6, 2022. It is 6:45 p.m. We do have one person that has signed up. You have 3 minutes to speak. When you approach the podium, please state your name and address. Mr. John Skinner.
My name is John Skinner. I live at 790 Stones River Road. Mayor, Alderman, soon-to-be official Alderwomen. First, let me start by saying it's so nice to have such nice representation on the board. We've got nice, young, beautiful people. And did I mention how nice it was to have? All seriousness aside, we have a lot of things going on in the city. I have expressed a desire to be part of that process. I would like to ask you for your consideration for my application for the Planning Commission. There's a lot of things that are going on, I know, and I want to be part of that process. The only way that I can be effective is if I'm on the inside, and I would like to be on the inside. I want to thank you for your consideration in advance. Please. But I'm always available, you know, anybody asks me what my ideas are for the city, you know I have no problems in saying what I would like to see. But again, I'll keep this short and sweet tonight. I'm sure y'all appreciate that. But please, wholehearted consideration, if you would, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you. With that, that closes out the Citizens Forum. We will reconvene at 7 o'clock. Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen meeting. It is December 6th, 2022. It is 7 p.m. I call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. The prayer will be with Vice Mayor No. The Pledge of Allegiance will be with Alderwoman-elect Haas. If everyone would please stand for the prayer and the pledge.
Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you as always with humble hearts, bowed heads, Lord, thanking you for another incredible day in your world, because we know that without you nothing is possible. Lord, that we ask that you look over our fair city and our citizens, and you give this board, Lord, the good knowledge to help move our city forward so that things will be really great. And these things we pray, Lord, through your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right.
Okay. I've got my family coming up here with me.
Ready? I, Jason Cole,
I, Jason Cole,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear
to support the Constitution and the laws
to support the Constitution and the laws
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution and the laws
and the Constitution and the laws
of the State of Tennessee
of the State of Tennessee
and the Charter and the ordinances
and the Charter and the ordinances
of the City of LaVergne,
of the City of LaVergne,
that I will faithfully and impartially
that I will faithfully and impartially
discharge the duties of my office
discharge the duties of my office
as Mayor of the City of LaVergne
as Mayor of the City of LaVergne
to the best of my knowledge and ability.
to the best of my knowledge and ability.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Haas. Hi. How are you? Good to meet you. Ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I, Carol Haas,
I, Carol Haas,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear
to support the Constitution and the laws
to support the Constitution and the laws
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution and the laws
and the Constitution and the laws
of the State of Tennessee
of the State of Tennessee
and the Charter and the ordinances
and the Charter and the ordinances
of the City of LaVergne,
of the City of LaVergne,
that I will faithfully and impartially
that I will faithfully and impartially
discharge the duties of my office
discharge the duties of my office
as Alderwoman of the City of LaVergne
as Alderwoman of the City of LaVergne
to the best of my knowledge and ability.
to the best of my knowledge and ability.
Congratulations, Ms. Haas.
Thank you.
Ms. Haas. Okay. I, Kara Hobbs,
I, Kara Hobbs,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear
to support the Constitution and the laws
to support the Constitution and the laws
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution and the laws
and the Constitution and the laws
of the State of Tennessee
of the State of Tennessee
and the Charter and the ordinances
and the Charter and the ordinances
of the City of LaVergne,
of the City of LaVergne,
that I will faithfully and impartially
that I will faithfully and impartially
discharge the duties of my office
discharge the duties of my office
as Alderwoman of the City of LaVergne
as Alderwoman of the City of LaVergne
to the best of my knowledge and ability.
to the best of my knowledge and ability.
Congratulations.
First order of business is to approve the minutes from the November 1st, 2022 regular meeting.
Motion to approve.
I second.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No, second from Alderwoman Haas. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And moving on to certificates. If I could have Ms. Megan Honeycutt join me. And a few of our state representatives and commissioners as well.
Mr. Mayor, Ms. Hope Oliver just texted me. She is stuck in traffic trying to get here from Nashville, or she would be here.
Not a problem, sir. This is a certificate of appreciation granted to Megan Honeycutt for your dedication, time, and commitment to improving the City of LaVergne and the quality of life of all of our residents. Your absence will not go unnoticed, and we wish you the best of luck in your future endeavors. Thank you for everything you've done.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Megan.
Thank you, sir.
We're going to move on to departmental reports. Police Department, Chief Davis.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, newly elected alderman. We have a good issue with the police department with the report this time. As you can see in your packet, we upgraded to a new CAD system on the 8th of November. And as far as the data conversion and analytics, that's the last thing that gets converted over. However, I do have the numbers for November 1st through November 8th. If you can see, even in those 8 days, we had deaths from 3 motor vehicles, 5 motor vehicle deaths, but we also recovered 4 in that time period. In this particular month, 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. is the main time that that the vehicles are being broken into, and it doesn't show how many were locked. I guess that's a part of the data that we don't have. But the LPR activity is for a full month. When next month come, I'll have the addendum to the rest of the November stats as well as December stats to report to you all at that time. Any questions?
Chief, can you talk to us about Blue Sentinel and how it's
Blue
continuing to work?
Sentinel is our license plate reader program. We established cameras, Murfreesboro Road on both ends leading in and out of the city. But we have installed more cameras now. Next set of cameras up at I-24, all directions there. We'll also be having cameras on industrial at Sanders as well as the roundabout, and somewhere around the three-way stop. So that's our next phase of the cameras. That's already been budgeted and approved by the board. We're just waiting. I guess they're on the ship somewhere in the ocean, just waiting to get all of our equipment in for that. But it's very positive. We very successful program, not only for recovering stolen vehicles, but also it's really helping our criminal investigations as well too, tracking cars when they come in and out of the city and things like that.
And when you say three-way stop, which three-way stop are you talking about?
The three-way stop at Old Nashville and Cheney. Is that what you, yeah. It's been a while since I counted. Yes.
Not a problem. Any other questions? Thank you, sir. Fire Department, Chief Beasley.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderwomen. Welcome to the team. Glad to have y'all. I trust that each one of y'all have had an opportunity to review our reports for the month. Just in the last couple of days, we surpassed last year's number as a total. So we'll surpass our number of runs this year, probably about 250 to 300 runs for the year. So no rhyme or reason. It's just an increase. I think that's across the board for the fire service in general. That the runs are increasing by and large. So medical calls still respond about 80% of what we do. So do y'all have any questions?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Moving on to Parks and Recreation, Mr. David McGowan.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, new members, welcome. You guys got the parks numbers for this past month. You can see help desk tickets 69, 536 man hours devoted to those. Under projects, probably what was failed or left out was install of the snow rink on the tennis court, so we have converted our tennis court into a snow rink. Past events, November 11th was our Veterans Day celebration. That took place here at City Hall due to the weather. November the 30th, we had the family night at the snow rink. That was actually the kickoff night. It officially opened on December 1st to the public. December 3rd was our Parade of Lights and Winter Festival this past weekend. Amazing turnout. I think we may have just about outgrown that too. I don't want to say we were not prepared for the people that were there, but we're going to have to adjust our layout next year to get a little more room up front. Just the sheer amount of people that came through that park that night was unbelievable. So that was more reminiscent of an old timers day, the amount of people that came through there. If we can't use that front field for parking, it kind of congests everything in the back and kind of bottlenecks it. So hopefully next year we'll get a little bit better weather. That front field will be available for parking. We can spread out a little bit more. Upcoming events, January 16th, Martin Luther King Jr. celebration. We plan for that to take place here at City Hall. There's a possibility that we may move that to the multipurpose building, depending if things work out right and we get a lot of feedback, positive feedback, we may move that event there. February 4th, we put that on there. I know we're a little bit out. That's the father and daughter dance. That is going to take place at the multipurpose building this year. Senior Center past events, November 4th, lunch at Asuka. November 17th, they had their Thanksgiving luncheon. Upcoming events, Shoney's Breakfast. December 14th is their Christmas dinner at the multipurpose building. And then they have a field trip planned to Uncle Bud's. No meetings in January. Kathy would like to say thanks to Bridget Cole and LaVergne High School Beta Club for the snow rink volunteers. We've had at least 2, sometimes up to 4 show up every day that's been open to assist us in giving out skates, and Box 100 for all their help at the Winter Festival. Any questions?
David, do you want to go ahead and say who we're working on as the guest speaker for the Martin Luther King Day celebration?
I can comfortably. I don't want to get overly excited about it in case something does happen, but we did have a verbal commitment yesterday after our staff meeting. We have had some pretty awesome guest speakers for that event in the past. We've had Dr. McPhee from MTSU, Dr. Gloria Bonner a couple times. This year we have Shamil Balbalosa signed up, and yesterday we confirmed with John DeBerry. If anybody is not familiar with him, he is a legendary Tennessee lawmaker. I believe he marched with Dr. King. I believe he was at Dr. King's in the audience, Dr. King's last speech the day before he was assassinated. So he's now senior advisor in Governor Lee's cabinet, and we're thrilled to death to get him. I've seen a lot of things for the better in this city since I started working here, and this is probably about one of the most that I'm excited about. If we can pull that off, firsthand knowledge and experience of that segregation, that would be huge for us.
Good to hear.
So keep our fingers crossed. I don't want to, he did confirm yesterday, so that's good. Trying to work the logistics out with his team, but we're really looking forward to that. I texted my wife as soon as we got that confirmation and said I'm pumped about this one. We've been working on him for a couple of years. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the library, Miss Donna Bebout. We missed you at the workshop.
I heard you all had some special guests. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderwomen. Good to see you.
That almost got shot.
And tased. Okay, we'll move on. For the month of November, you can see that our numbers are beginning to inch up a little bit at a time. COVID did a number on us like it did many places, but we are gaining ground now with our attendance and our circulation, and we distributed 60 new patron cards, so that's still going great. I wanted to talk about 3 events that we're going to be having in December. One of the ones is our Saturday movies at the library. We have been doing this for about 4 months now, and attendance has been very light. We would love to see friends to come out and sit in the meeting room with us, watch the movie Elf, eat some snacks, and just have a good time laughing together. That's going to be on December the 10th at 2 p.m. We're having a very special jammy story time reading night. That will be Thursday, this coming Thursday, December the 8th at 5:30 p.m. Our guest readers are LaVergne High School Junior ROTC Wolverine Battalion, Lieutenant Colonel retired Glenn Shirley, Cadet Lieutenant Colonel Riley Hill, and Cadet Major Leah Mondragon, and the student leadership will be in attendance. They're going to be reading 7 books created from scratch by themselves about the 7 Army values. I would like to read an email that I received from Cadet Major Leah Mondragon. She says, "We are LaVergne High School Junior ROTC Wolverine Battalion. As a part of our annual service learning project, we, as a battalion, have decided on creating 7 different books made by our program completely from scratch about our 7 Army values. These values are loyalty, duty, respect, selfless service, honor, integrity, and personal courage. Each plot of the books was designed by our class leaders, then given to our cadets. The cadets then partnered up and created a page of dialogue and illustration. The student leadership then digitalized our books and printed them out so that we would successfully be able to read and donate to our community. The reason behind this project is to educate both our community and ourselves about how valuable our 7 Army values can be by putting them into real-life situations. Our students learning how to write and work as a team is really important in our program. We wanted to give back to our community and reach toward the younger generation. We wanted to include the younger students and hopefully teach them important lessons that we wish we could have learned at their age. We hope to help them grow into respectable and well-behaved young adults. Lieutenant Colonel retired Glenn Shirley, Cadet Lieutenant Colonel Riley Hill, Cadet Major Leah Mondragon, and our student leadership will be in attendance at our reading night this Thursday, December the 8th at 5:30 p.m. in the Storytime Room. We are looking forward to reading the books we created. We are also extremely grateful to the LaVergne Public Library for letting us use the library to read to our community. Very excited to have these people come and be a part of our story times. They went to several of the elementary schools and gave out flyers. We're hoping to get several of our students in from our different schools for this story time. We welcome everyone. I think this will be a unique situation and a unique experience. Okay, and the last thing that'll be going on at the library to end us up for the holidays is a story time with Mrs. Claus and a visit from Santa Claus. This will be Saturday, December the 17th. The story time will begin at 1 p.m. and Santa appears at 1:30. Santa will be in the gallery meeting his friends until 3:30. Goodie bags and snacks to go will be available. Be sure and bring your camera, your phone, so you can take pictures and capture those memories. And of course, you can find all of our events and all of our programs at catalog.lavernetn.gov. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you.
Time, though. Finance report. Ms. Tanya.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, Alderwomen. I'll be giving you the highlights of our financial report. In our general fund, our expenses exceeded revenue by $871,000. On our local sales tax, our year-to-date amount is $5,220,000. That's $1,220,000 above budget and $394,000 above our prior year. State Street Aid, revenues exceeded expenses by $32,800. Stormwater, expenses exceeded revenue by $92,000. Water and sewer, our revenue exceeded expenses by $1,003,000. On our second page is just our bank balances. And our third page, we're comparing to prior year. In our general fund, our revenue is up $86,600. Our expenses are up $403,000. In the water and sewer, our revenue's up $190,970. Expenses are up $9,677. And our water sewer tap fee revenue is down $84,600. Any questions?
No, ma'am. Thank you. Water treatment plant, Mr. Danny Campbell.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, welcome to the board. I trust that you've had the opportunity to look over the monthly report for the water treatment plant. There's one thing I would like to note. I want to say thank you to Mike Dietz, Doug Oakley, and Public Works for assisting the water treatment plant clearing some scrap metal we had at the back of the plant. So cleaned it up nice, and we appreciate their help. Any questions?
Yes, sir. I've got some questions about your customer service complaints. Can you go through those for me?
Yes, sir. We had 2 customer complaints this month, both for low pressure. They both consisted of complaints regarding low pressure due to what the customer stated as pebbles or I guess little rocks, clogs in their kitchen faucets. They believed it was due to the incoming water, so they requested that we flush the nearest hydrant. We did do that. That is not something we typically do due to their request. It was done. However, we are working with the plant staff in order to come up with better ways to handle these low pressure complaints, looking at like we normally do with the PRVs, as well as anything else that might be causing those issues.
Do you all reach out to Public Works with Michael Dietz's department at all with this? Because I know sometimes if they have like a water softening system that's been punctured, some of that will cause some of those pebbles that they're seeing, as well as to also check the screen that's at the meter, because if that's failing, that could be the cause of that versus just flushing it and it coming back around to flush again, because depending on how far away they are from the hydrant, that may not even have an impact on them.
Yes, sir. And that's why we want to work on, first to answer your question, I have not reached out to Mike about these complaints here. I still need to reach back out to the customer to make sure that this issue has resolved. If it has not, I plan to talk to Mike and also try to resolve this issue in better ways, as you stated, to make sure that we're not missing something. So if there is pebbles actually in there or in our line, in the distribution line, that we can find a way to rid that so it's not affecting the customers.
Okay. Any other questions?
What about your number 2 pump? Is that the same one that was on there last month, or is that a different one?
Different. So this happened actually Thursday. So we just, we're going to rotate the pumps, found out that there's a motor failure alarm on there. We're in the middle of troubleshooting that, still trying to figure out what's going on with that, working with Eaton MR Systems, trying to see what exactly is going on with the drive. The motor seems to be intact. We have checked all the wiring, and everything seems to be reacting the way we want it to, so we think it's something more internally in the drive.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to old business, second reading ordinance 2022-24, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 fire impact fee fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Hobbs. Alderman Waldron. Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes.
It's gonna happen.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I said
Oh,
last
did you
week.
say her first?
Oh, he said
I
you
said
first,
you
but I responded first.
Oh, for both of, okay, that's okay.
It's okay. Second reading ordinance 2022-25, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second? Our second. Alderman Waldron. Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Next, we have the consent agenda. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second? Our second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to new business, Resolution 2022-26, a resolution of the City of LaVergne Board of Mayor and Aldermen to declare property owned by the city to be surplus to the city's needs and directing disposal of the same. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second? Our second. Alderman Waldron. Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Resolution 2022-27, a resolution to donate surplus stop sticks to Weakley County Sheriff's Office. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Hobbs. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron. Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Resolution 2022-28, a resolution to authorize city officials and employees to take such action as they deem appropriate to enforce the bid bond submitted by Fellowship Construction Incorporated and issued by Ohio Farmers Westfield Insurance Company. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. I will second. Alderman Waldron. Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Resolution passes. Moving on to appoint or remove board and committee members. First, we've got the Beautification and Arts Advisory Committee. We need to appoint a council member to this committee. We also have one vacancy due to the resignation of Marshall Smith. And we have received one application from an Anne Marie Carter. I'll make a motion to appoint Alderwoman Hobbs and Anne Marie Carter to this board. Is there a second?
I second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Next, we have Economic Development Advisory Committee. We need to appoint a council member to this committee.
I make a motion to appoint Mayor Jason Cole to this committee.
Have a motion to appoint myself. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Next, we have the Greenway Advisory Committee. We need to appoint a council member to this committee.
I make a motion to appoint Alderwoman Hobbs.
Have a motion for Alderwoman Hobbs. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Next, we have the LaVergne Housing Authority. The term for Chuck Isbell expired on November 30th. He would like to stay on this board. We have no other applicants, so I will appoint him back to the Housing Authority. Next, we have the Library Board. We need to appoint a council member. And the chairman of the board is selected by the Library Board members as required by state law. Need a motion to appoint someone.
I make a motion to appoint Mayor Jason Cole to this board.
Have a motion to appoint myself. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Abstained.
Next, we have the Local Emergency Planning Committee. We need to appoint a council member to this committee, and I will make a motion to appoint Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Abstained.
Next, we have the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. We've got one vacancy on the board due to the resignation of Carol Haas, and we have received one applicant, Rick Autry, for this, so I will appoint him to that board. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Abstained.
That motion passes. Next, we have the Planning Commission. We have got, we need to appoint a council member to the Planning Commission, and I'm going to make a motion to appoint Carol Haas to that. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Abstained.
Motion passes. I'm also going to remove Diane Sanders and John Rutledge from the Planning Commission and appoint Mark Molnar and Graham Coates to the Planning Commission. Last, we have the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee. We have one term vacant, which is Carol Haas's, and we already have two applicants to this board. We've got Chuck Isbell and Tabitha Howard. I'll appoint Tabitha Howard to this board. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Abstained.
That motion passes. Moving on to Mayor and Alderman comments. Alderman Waldron.
We're in December. Make sure your pets have fresh water
According to Tech
and,
Target,
and
a
shelter.
computer program or device.
Check on the elderly. An issue that I've got a lot of calls on is the sale of the Fire Station 1 on Stonewall Road for $300,000. The concern was that the pawn shop next door was auctioned off, and it was auctioned off at $650,000 plus a 10% buyer fee. That puts that above $700,000. I thought I'd bring that to attention. And again, I have put on the agenda about the hiring and firing issues, and again, the mayor has removed it. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderwoman Hobbs.
Yes, just a couple announcements here. The LaVergne Rescue Unit fundraiser is having a country ham breakfast this Saturday, from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m., $12 per person. I'd also like to announce the South Waldron neighbors are doing a food drive next week from December 11th through the 18th. You can reach out to Diane Sanders or reach out to my city email at khobbs@lavergnetn.gov if you're unable to find additional details on that via Facebook. Second of all, I want to thank John Rutledge and Diane Sanders for your commitment and dedication for volunteering as members of the Planning Commission. The community has been blessed to have you advocating for our interests the past 2 years. I'm personally disheartened by this decision, knowing your love and service to LaVergne, not just for the last 2 years on the Planning Commission, but for the decades you've been a part of this community. I expressed my concern over the dismissal of Planning Commission members prior to the expiration of their term, though Mayor Cole has the right to appoint and dismiss members without a nomination or vote from the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. I feel an explanation for the action would encourage the culture of transparency and accountability to our city government. To my knowledge, there's been no allegations or evidence of misconduct, so it's certainly a bit shocking Mayor Cole would dismiss members he personally appointed in 2020, especially Ms. Sanders, who he entrusted with the title of vice chair. Mr. Rutledge, who was appointed in 2020 with the term expiration of December 2024, though ran as the mayor's opposition this past election cycle, still represents the interest, vision, and the values of 30% of LaVergne's voting population, which is no small number. So I think it would be unreasonable to say his perspective is not relevant to our community. Again, I encourage the mayor to address the matter, given that these could be misinterpreted as, perhaps a overall poor judgment of character if you appointed these well-respected and upstanding individuals and now have such grave concern over these positions that you would terminate these volunteers prior to their terms. Or perhaps that the individuals no longer fit your agenda and are replaced with those to do such. So neither of these are to be considered as accusations, but certainly an opportunity for you to bring clarity and transparency to your actions for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderwoman Haas. Please order. Alderwoman Haas.
I just once again like to thank everyone that came out for the swearing-in ceremony. I know the weather was really icky, and that's one of my favorite words. So, and again, the holiday season is coming up. Please remember safe travels if you're traveling, and if you're staying home, happy holidays. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, no?
No, sir, got nothing.
Well, I just want to remind everybody about the library's different holiday events. December 8th is the special Jammies time at 5:30. December 10th is 2 p.m. Elf. And then December 17th is story time with Mrs. Claus and Santa. So we're going to have a good time. With that, I wish everyone a very Merry Christmas. Call this meeting adjourned.
Adjourn.
Adjourned.
You're like, it's not me.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the LaVergne Board and Zoning Appeals. It's November the 29th at 5:30 p.m. We do have a quorum. With three of us, we do have a quorum. So if you would review them, approve the minutes, or look through the minutes for October the 25th regular meeting. I'll take any changes or any comments from there. I'll make a motion to accept the minutes as submitted. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Minutes are approved. Moving on, new business. Appeal the decision of the city planner, property located at 142 Stones River Road, tax map 15M, Group C, Parcel 1, C2 Highway Services, zoning district, property owned by Titan Home Builders, LLC. Mr. Logan, give your report, please.
Thank you. This request is located at 142 Stones River Road, so it's not very far from here. And the site is outlined in blue there on the screen. It's directly across from Pool and Spa Depot, so it's across the street from Pool and Spa. This is the closer view, so you can see the existing property. It's a very deep property and not very wide. It's approximately 4 acres, give or take. And property is zoned C2, which is commercial zoning, of course. So here on the zoning map, it's right there, outlined in blue again. So all of this red color between the railroad track and Murfreesboro Road is zoned commercial. And it's all zoned the same, basically C2, except for this area of Glendale Drive is zoned R1. These are pictures from the property. So that's the sign that was posted at the road. If you've driven by, you may remember this black fence at the entrance. So this is looking toward the railroad track. The railroad track's just west of this picture. And then this is from the driveway. This is actually a new driveway. The old driveway is here where the fence is. So from this new driveway, looking back at Pool and Spa Depot across the street. And then this view is into the property. And again, it's a very deep property, but it's not very wide, and it does run beside the railroad track for the whole length of the property. So this applicant's requesting to appeal the decision made by the planning department regarding the requested use of the property. In your packet tonight, you've got the booklet, and I've got some of those pictures here in just a moment that I'll go through that are also in your booklet if you want a better look at them. But they are proposing heavy truck and tractor trailer service and repair. And if allowed, this enterprise would be located in a commercial district. The concern of staff is that the character and intent of C2 is to allow uses that provide a transitional zone between sensitive residential neighborhoods and more intrusive, loud, and more intense uses of industrial areas. And the requested use for the heavy truck and tractor trailer repair would not fit the character of the transitional zone between the two separate districts. Also, vehicle storage areas are explicitly listed as prohibited uses under section 5.053.2 of the zoning ordinance, which contains the C2 provisions. And staff has other concerns that when not in use, trucks and/or heavy machinery and other vehicles will be stored outside in the open. Also concerning is the need for outdoor storage of vehicles, machinery, possibly other tools and materials. And all of this is especially true given that this parcel is in the Murfreesboro Road Overlay District. And the purpose of that overlay district is to increase the aesthetics of the city and make it more appealing for development and residents. So this is in the booklet again in your packets. I mean, this building at this point is like a prototype or a hypothetical building. I did notice going through these. So this building would not be allowed anyway because the overlay district requires brick and stone. So we're already kind of going down that path of industrial type design for the buildings, which is what you expect when you have heavier uses. This is another view in the book. It's the front of the building. Again, any of this would have to go to the Planning Commission after this body, and it would have to go through the Planning Commission to get their vote for or against. So this is not the end necessarily. And this plan is submitted, they're calling it sheet C 3.0, and that's also in your book or booklet that the applicant submitted. So that outlines their future plans for the property. I think that was all the photos. There is a narrative in the book as well that they offered that describes their business and their history. I believe they're located on Sand Hill Road currently in the city of LaVergne. So they're on Sand Hill Road, which primarily is zoned industrial currently. So I don't know of many commercial parcels on Sand Hill Road. So that's, I guess, overview, if you will, and that completes the report, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Logan. Do we have the applicant here this evening to want to stand up and, if you would, raise your right hand and be sworn in? Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Sir.
Please state your name and address for the record, please.
James Nyquist, 574 Franklin Road.
Thank you. Have any comments on what Mr. Logan said on his report?
Yeah, a few, I guess. So I guess generally speaking, the reason that we're here is after working with them and talking through the proposed project, there was a discrepancy on the proposed use based on the C2 zoning ordinance, and there was not a clearly defined use under the listed out permitted uses under the C2 zoning ordinance. That really where the automotive service would fit underneath. However, within the zoning ordinance under the district description, it clearly lists out automobile and vehicular service establishments. I think what these guys have proposed to do as part of their project is this automotive vehicular service, which is limited to a series of uses, fluid changes, tire rotations, accessory replacements. Probably would entail some servicing of heavier trucks, but also not limited to heavier trucks, probably all kinds of trucks. And I can let Avi talk more about the actual use specifically. But I think generally speaking, I mean, obviously the renderings and all that stuff we would have to address through the planning commission process, the DRC, whatever design, we would meet all the design review requirements. I think the decision here is that there was a use discrepancy that was just vague enough that Bo and his team suggested that wasn't super clearly defined, that they recommended for us to come before you guys so we get a clear interpretation of what the actual use and where it would fit within the C2 zone. And what we would suggest is that for the use that they are proposing would fit under the highway service district, aligning with the description that's in the paragraph form, even though it's not explicitly stated, there's not a clearly defined listed out permitted use within the table that's given in the ordinance. You can talk detail a little bit more about the actual use.
Sure. Thank you.
At no
If you would just state your name and address for the record.
Thank you. Avi Elfersey.
State your name and address for the record first, and I'll swear you in.
Avi Elfersey, 306 Sand Hill Road, LaVergne, Tennessee.
Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, to help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Continue on.
So the general use would be for maintenance. We would not be doing any major engine repairs. We would not be doing any body work. We would not be doing any what I would consider serious mechanical. There'd be no lifts. It's not going to be serious mechanical work. It would be your maintenance. We'd be putting in new tires, putting on new shocks, putting in new fluids, swapping fluids out, things like that. So we believe that fits within the guidelines of the C2 guidelines. As far as the building, that's strictly just a placeholder. You know, our goal is to put together something that really embodies the future of LaVergne there. We do want to have some split face stone or maybe some brick. We do want it aesthetically to be pleasing. That really is, we're not prepared to go before the Architecture Review Committee today. We don't have any plans for the building. We have an overall size of what we want and how we want to break up all of our different business entities. But the trucking and business, the vehicle maintenance repair business, that's only a portion of what we're looking to do in this spot. So we'd be looking at breaking out the back end of the building for that.
Okay, so I'm just looking at our rules and regulations as they presently stand. So you have automobile service, which means the replacement of parts, repair of any part of an automobile that does not require removal of the engine head or pan or engine transmission or differential, including but not limited to all changes, lubrication, cooling, electrical, fuel, and exhaust systems. So
And that's the space we operate in.
So you're looking at automobile service is what you're referring to, and not automobile repair.
Correct.
Which basically is general repair, adjusting, overhauling, removing, and replacing or rebuilding of engines.
Yeah, as defined in exactly what you just read, we're on the previous side of that.
Okay. So the question for staff first, Mr. Brown. I understand we're going to be doing some work, or the CSX going to do some work on the ramp either side of that. Would that be correct in the near future?
Yes.
Okay, but they're not widening. They're just stretching out the dip. Is that correct?
No, they're just doing some striping and stuff.
Okay, all right. My other question is, what is the planned width of your driveway entrance? Because that's obviously a big concern for getting new vehicles in and out of the property.
So,
So we're, I think the max is 40 feet. Is that right? The max driveway entry width, we would max it out, but the width of the driveway in and out would probably be 24 feet, two-lane traffic. And we've done some preliminary studies about the turning for tractor trailers to be able to come in and out. There are some utility kind of pedestals that are in that area. We've got a cell tower right there that we've kind of been looking at. So I mean, obviously these things we would have to verify and flesh out through the site design process. We've done some preliminary studies to show that the truck turning movements will work in and out of there. If we can fit the driveway entrance and flares and everything can fit in the right spot and meeting the right spacing requirements.
So we'd be closing this entrance and opening the wider entrance next to it.
The green unit there, that's the utility box you're referring to, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, my concern is getting your vehicles on and off the property flowing with the rest of the automobile traffic and not causing a headache. That's one of my concerns.
Which is definitely something that we would make sure and verify and confirm.
The alternative, is creating a median there where the utility box is and having an entrance and exit on either side of it. But I think getting traffic in and out of there, the only hardship there is that box. And in talking with the utility companies, it's just the bureaucracy of getting that moved, and it could take upwards of a year to get that moved. So working around that, I don't know that in this view, the right side is wide enough completely, but if we have either a truck entrance and a car entrance or entrance exit, but I think we'll have a lot of ability to take traffic off the road quickly.
Okay, and then my other question was for Ms. Logan. Looking at our present C2 uses permitted as special exceptions, I don't see anywhere in there that actually lists out 4 vehicles. At the moment it says limited manufacturing, warehousing, sports and recreational vehicle camps, group assemblies other than racetracks and drag strips, assisted living and cellular towers. So I mean, that's you know, for us on the legal side of it, I'm not seeing where it fits in. You
Well, I think
know,
that was
you'd mentioned to us about fitting in with C2, and I'm now looking at the regular. Which one are you referring to? Because I don't see it listed here neither. It says automobile sales, rental and delivery, excluding aircraft dealers, boat dealers, and recreational and utility trailer dealers.
Yeah, I think that actually is
That's the
the
closest.
reason that we're here is that there's not a automobile service is not listed as an explicit, is not defined under the permitted uses under the chart or the list there. However, it is explicitly described as an allowable use or accepted use within the district description. So it seems like the automobile service is what the zone is set up to be for what these guys are trying to do.
But when you say that, which section are you referring to? I mean, I'm looking at it here. I
The
don't,
5.053.2 under the highway service district,
Yeah, that's what I'm
district
look-
description.
district, okay.
The automobile and other vehicular service establishments, transient sleeping accommodations, eating and drinking establishments. It's just in the paragraph form.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. I was looking at the list uses permitted, and it's not in there. That's what I was referring to.
Agree.
But automobile and truck is.
Well, and so my first conversation, when I believe it's Mr. Khan, who's seated, was in probably August, and it was always about heavy trucks. This automobile aspect is new to me.
Which I would
So
say,
I've not heard about that
I would
until tonight.
suggest that the heavy trucks, though, would probably fall into automobile servicing. I mean, the difference between an F1
I would not.
or like a tractor trailer cab, you know, is still going to be automobile servicing. There's not really a defined difference.
Mr. Kobe, you want to chirp in on this if you would, from the legal side?
Yeah, I just, I'm not following what the point. Maybe if they could explain it a different way, or I'm not.
Yeah, more on the automotive side, I mean, I can.
So what it's referring to is, what they're referring to is under page 92, as we presently have the regulations, 5.053.2, the first paragraph, district description, the second sentence says automobile and other vehicle service establishments. That's what they're referring to.
So it doesn't define the size or shape of the vehicle, but, you know, a truck is an automobile, is a vehicle. And we see that fitting into that category.
Yeah, trucks are a different category altogether. I mean, the U.S. Department of Transportation defines trucks differently than vehicles, so I wouldn't agree with that.
It's a difficult one, gentlemen. That's why we're asking the questions, and we want to get it right. I mean, I just want to make sure we handle it. I mean, so, Mr. Kobe, you're referring to that a truck is not the same as an automobile. Is that you're referring to?
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, I would agree that a lot of.
You want to step up, sir? If you were to. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record, please, sir.
Randy Kahn, 306 Sand Hill Road, LaVergne.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So, yes, in a lot of states for regulation for the vehicle themselves, as far as licensing and stuff like that goes, the state does identify those as different than, you know, a Toyota Camry. But in the city of LaVergne, you know, what's been put out here in the codes, you know, in these codes here is that service versus repair has been very specifically called out. There's a whole, you know, paragraph about maintenance, and there's a whole paragraph about repair, but there is no definition in the cities, you know, the way the city views, you know, trucks versus cars. You know, it's a vehicle, and it's clearly says vehicle service. So a truck is a vehicle, and according to the city of LaVergne.
I would disagree with that because in subdivisions, an automobile, and Randolph, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but an automobile is allowed to travel to and from homes, but a tractor trailer is not allowed because of the weight restrictions and stuff like that. So, I mean, there is a difference.
Randolph, do you mind you chirp in if you would, please, sir? Just.
I agree with Kyle. I mean, our enforcement efforts on vehicles
such as tractor-trailer trucks are completely mirror opposite of what we deal with when it comes to an automobile. Like Kyle was saying, the gross vehicular weight determines the difference between an automobile and a truck. And I think that's what Evan was alluding to when it comes to Department of Transportation. They view the gross vehicle weight, axle weight.
Correct. That's exactly
as a
right.
truck versus the gross vehicle axle weight of a car. And so I think that might be these gentlemen's misconception is that an automobile, is strictly that. It's a passenger car or truck, not some commercial vehicle like will be found in a tractor trailer or dump truck or any other large truck for that matter.
Board members, any other comments you want to bring up and discuss with the applicant? Any other questions?
I don't at this time.
Charlie, have any comments?
I have nothing.
I mean, it's a very, it's a very concerning area of what's going on. I'm not saying we can't overcome it, but I think the way it's presented and with our regulations are presently, it's very difficult to go against staff's recommendations. That's why I'm seeing it. So that's my comment. So no other questions. And want to make a motion for or against the applicant as submitted?
I'll make a motion against.
Make a motion against. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Unfortunately, the motion denied, gentlemen. Thank you.
Okay.
Moving on, item 2, a request for a sign variance property located at 5192 Merceborough Road, tax map 15, parcel B, parcel 9, C2 Highway Services Zoning District, property owner TN Rad Owner LLC, care of the Walgreen Company. Mr. Logan.
Thank you. This request is for extra signage at a retail store here in LaVergne. It's the former Rite Aid store on Murfreesboro Road. And, of course, it's also at the corner of Stones River Road and Murfreesboro Road, not far from the previous item. So the closer view shows the store location and the parking areas. And this was Rite Aid formerly and was Rite Aid for a number of years and now has been vacant. I guess it was vacant maybe 2 years or 2.5, and now Pop Shelf has taken the building over and they've moved in. So Pop Shelf has, I'll show you the signage in just a moment, but they're zoned same as all these properties, again, between Murfreesboro Road and the railroad track. So that's C2 commercial zoning. So here's the current look of the store. They basically were allowed by right one wall sign. So they've already put that wall sign on the building. And essentially, the request tonight is to get a second sign on the other facade. So this faces Stones River Road, and this side faces Murfreesboro Road. So the Murfreesboro Road has the Pop Shelf sign, but there's no sign if you come down Stones River Road. So that's essentially the request. And this is also in your packet. Shows you the exact dimensions and the specifications for the sign. And let's see, in the sign regulations, certain commercial and industrial sites can ask for extra signage if they meet the requirements set forth. And of course, they want this second sign because of the corner location and the high volume of traffic that this location garners. And this sign is just over 92 square feet. So they're allowed a wall sign to be 100 square feet. So they're at just over 92. So that's within the parameters of the ordinance. And then, of course, the shape and the color would be the same as the existing sign. So it's got the purple lettering on top and then the grayish color at the bottom. And they're only asking for the one sign, so it's a fairly small request. There's not a whole sign package, just the one sign. So I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Do we have the applicant here this evening, please? If you would step to the podium and raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Betsy Shackelford. I work for TriStar Transport, doing business as Premier Sign Company. Their address is 1720 Ed Temple Boulevard in Nashville.
Do you have any comments or what Mr. Logan reported? Is that accurate?
He has absolutely described the request. The former Rite Aid building had quite a bit more signage than what we are currently requesting. They had signage on both sides as well as this middle portion. I understand that, you know, sign codes have changed and that sort of thing, and so I completely understand that this would not be allowed at this point. But they would like to have the signs on the two sides of the building because there is so much traffic on both of those two streets, both Murfreesboro Road and Stones River.
So I have a couple of questions. So basically, it'd be the mirror image, the one that's facing Murfreesboro Road, correct?
Correct.
Is backlit sign, is it lighted?
Yes, both signs are, well, the one sign now is illuminated and the other would be as well.
I'll just tell you the other board members, historically, when a building is on a corner like it is, we've moved forward because it's on two sides of a street, so, you know, that's what it is. And they are below the 100 square feet, which is another requirement that we have, so being 92, it still fits our requirement too. So, any other questions, comments for the applicant?
No comments.
I'll take a motion for or against as submitted.
Motion to accept.
Motion to accept, do I have a second?
Second.
Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Thank
Motion carries.
you,
Thank you,
sirs.
Rachel. That's the last item on the agenda. With that, I'll call the meeting adjourned.